Good morning, everyone. It's time to start the symposium and workshop. Please attention to me. So welcome to the 7th Global Moon Village workshop and symposium. I'm very happy to see many of you. So my name is Masashi Miura, working in JAXA ISAS as an associate professor. If you have this time, I am the general secretary of the local organizing committee. So if you have some question or some trouble, so please feel free to contact me. So now, before we start the symposium, I would like to make some announcements. So I'm sure you all receive 画面切り替わります I think you have all have this paper. So you can get at the registration desk. So sorry, if you are author, so please make sure to check the submission of presentation from this URL. So make sure to confirm it if you are author. And for everyone, so please cooperate to accommodation survey. So please access to this URL, and you can find a very simple form. So please fill out the form. So because for the financial support from倉敷City, so it's very important thing. So please make sure to answer this form, please. So and if you attend the Tottori Special Symposium at 10th December, so please check the bus information at this URL. So please check them. So and next, let me give guidance to the presenters. So since we received many applications for presentation this time, so the presentation time per presenter is very short. So you have 15 minutes, including Q&A and discussion. So today and tomorrow, so there is not enough time. So please be on time, please. So, and please use your own laptop computer for your presentation. If you don't have a laptop, so please inform the staff, for example, me. So I can rent you the laptop. So please test your connection before each session. So the chairperson of each session should instruct the presenters to do so, please. Now, that's all for the morning announcement. Then it's time to begin the symposium. So I would like to ask Professor Nakamura Eizo. So he is the chairperson of local organizing committee. So please, Nakamura Sensei, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome, everyone. I'm Eizo Nakamura, chair of the local organizing committee for the 7th Global Moon Village Workshop Symposium. It's a pleasure to welcome participants from around the world to the historic and scenic Bikanchiku area of倉敷City. This conference with the theme from scenic Japanese village to the Moon Village, a promise to be an inspiring journey. On behalf of our team, we are thrilled to share this unique experience today with you. The MBA Symposium workshop aimed to create a platform for discussing challenges and sharing solutions for sustainable development of the Moon and beyond. We look forward to exchanging ideas and update on this 5-day exciting journey. In this century, we have embarked on an ambitious journey to space, notably with the Artemis program. Dreams like a long-term human presence on the moon and Mars landing by the 2030s are now close to reality. These advancements mark thrilling era of exploration and transformation for humanity. This conference will explore a range of challenges in lunar habitation, covering technology, science, culture, interdisciplinary approaches. It's poised to ignite a global interest in lunar exploration, not just in major countries, but also in smaller regions like Okayama and Tottori in Japan. We hope that participants will gain a deeper understanding of technical challenges, economic activities, legal systems, life sciences, and cultural anthropological aspect of sustainable man activities on the moon. This knowledge will undoubtedly valuable for future space exploration endeavors. Regarding the event schedule, the workshop symposium will take place in Classic City today and tomorrow. Following this outreach event schedule across 3 venues in Kurashiki City, Okayama City, and the one-day symposium and outreach at Tottori Sand Dune. We hope you will enjoy the beautiful scenery and cuisine at each location. Finally, I hope MBA 2023 will be meaningful for all of you. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has worked tirelessly towards the realization of this conference. With this, I officially open the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nakamura. So next address, so we planned to ask the president of MBA, Giuseppe. So however, he couldn't come here because of some troubles. So instead of him, so I would like to ask John Mankins, the vice president of MBA. John, please.
Or Japanese size, not. Good morning. Let me first offer Giuseppe's apologies for not being able to be with us today. Unfortunately, his wife became injured on the ice in Europe just at the end of last week, and so he had to cancel his travel arrangements. But I know he would like to be here very much. So the Moon Village Association was founded by Giuseppe and myself and some others in 2017. And it was based on the vision of the moon as a global village, as a moon where a place where humanity will come together, not just the superpowers, but also the small villages like Kurashiki. And that we will find an opportunity to work together in this new setting to create new opportunities both for science and for industry and for humanity. And this meeting, the 7th workshop and symposium, is an opportunity to bring together leading researchers and industry leaders to discuss the prospects for this future together. And the Moon Village Association welcomes the opportunity to work with all of you and to work with the local organizing committee to make this a reality. I'd like to welcome you all and thank you, and I look forward to the next several days of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, John. For the next, we'll have some addresses from co-hosts. The first speaker is Mayor of倉敷 City, Kaori Ito-san. Please.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Bonjour. My name is Kaori Ito, Mayor of倉敷 City. First of all, on behalf of the entire倉敷citizens, thank you very much for your coming to倉敷, and I offer you our heartfelt welcome to you. And this Moon Village Association workshop and conference, we think very important for the future of human being. Not too far away, but probably a little closer than more. I'm not sure, but this project is very looking ahead project. So this project will be a very good one for the human beings. And as for our city of倉敷, as you have already seen our area of traditional areas, our city preserve the very traditional area from Edo period about 400 or 500 years ago, which is a samurai period. In our central city of倉敷, people of倉敷decided that the important thing is to preserve the traditional things in the center of our city. And as well as the traditional kind of things, our character of the city is also the very manufacturing cities also. For example, in our Mizushima area, which is our very huge industrial complex area, in which the biggest motor company, Mitsubishi Motors, resides and has their biggest manufacturing areas in this area. And Mitsubishi foresee the very looking forward product, which is electric vehicles, which is the most popular in Japan, the EV car industry. EK Cross EV and Sakura also. And as well as our Mizushima DNA reside in the MASC, which is Mizushima Aerospace Cluster project, which is a co-host of this project. They also started 2017 their project about their restart about producing the airplanes from their original industry. Not huge airplane, but small, but very flying cars. And across the road, they have the permanent exhibition place for the flying cars, first in this country. So please look at later. So I would like you will be the very fruitful discussion from today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ito. Thank you. Next speaker is Professor Yasumoto Nasu. He is the president of Okayama University. Please, Professor Nasu.
おはようございます。Bonjour, kamsahamnida. Guten Morgen. Welcome to Okayama and Kurashiki. My name is Yasutomo Nasu, the president of Okayama University. I would like to address a couple of remarks as one of the organizing local committee. I really thank all of you come to this 7th Global Moon Village Symposium and workshop. I really think this is our great pleasure and honor to have you here, welcome you, and organize it. And I would like to address 3 things today. One is quite official things. I really hope, of course, I am also a scientist as a urologic surgeon. I really hope that this symposium will be fruitful in these couple of days by exchanging your idea and discovery and so on. And I really hope your community will be expanding in future. And second thing, it's quite a little bit personal and of course half official. I really think that it is very, very important for us to foster and stimulate next generation young people to expand this community. So third day, this coming Saturday, we organized outreach activities, inviting many young people from elementary school to university school students to join and discuss with you all. I think this is very, very important for this society. And we have to make a successor of this community. And third thing, this is purely casual. It is quite Japanese way as a local organizing committee in such a meeting. Of course, personally, I did a lot of medical meeting as organized. And in Japan, most important thing in such a community and meeting is how to manage with a banquet. It may be common in the world. Of course, Eizo sensei put his every effort to organize the banquet tonight. Okay? Please come to the banquet. And the venue is Ohara Museum of Art. This is quite walking distance. This is one of the top Japanese museum. Many people all over the world come to Kurashiki and visit Ohara Museum. It is our privilege and an honor that we can enjoy Japanese cuisine and sake with watching the wonderful piece of art tonight. Please do not touch the piece, of course. Anyway, this is a quite special offer from the Kurashiki City and also Ohara Foundation. Anyway, please enjoy your stay scientifically or business site and so on. And personally, please enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Nas. Thank you. The next co-host is Professor Yamashiki from Kyoto University. Please, Yamashiki Sensei.
First of all, I would like to thank everybody who is organizing this meeting, especially starting from Professor Eizo Nakamura, who is the chairperson of the local committee, and the mayor of the Classic City, Ito Sensei, and the president of the Okayama University, Nas Sensei. President, thank you very much. And also the many people involving this organization, including the Miura Sensei here, and also the Onuki Sensei here. I'm now showing some of the concepts that we organize for the session. This is kind of a concept of the space train. We call it a hexatrack. This is the train using the centrifugal force to maintaining one gravity, so that we are trying to developing the concept. This is a space hotel, and this is like you inject a train into the cylindrical architecture, and then it's rotating like every 7 seconds. And this is music that we enjoyed yesterday. Thank you very much. And then we arrive now to the Okayama and Kurashiki City, and 3 organizations, 3 universities jointly organizing. Today, I'm talking on behalf of the Kyoto University, but together with the University of Tottori. So we just arrived to the Okayama. The Kurashiki is, as you know, is one of the best cities in Japan. I personally like very, very nice, because if you walk around the city, and also this is one of the very big discovery of the Professor Eizo Nakamura from the Hayabusa 2. And then we are moving to the Tottori now. And this is Arid Dome Center. It is like, and then we will have a discussion about the future of the moon. And what is should be highlighted in the Tottori. Of course, Tottori is famous for the sand dune. But sand dune is not for the Earth. Actually, they are trying to imitate the sand dune as if we are in the surface of the moon. So there is a special demonstration field that we call Lunar Terrace, has been developed jointly with JAXA and the University of Tottori. And like a famous industry like Bridgestone is making a kind of a substantial research program. And one of the co-organizers is AmiRapo. They are using the digital technology to simulate as if you are standing on the surface of the moon. I have never experienced yet, but we really hope to do that. So you can like imitate walking like Armstrong in the surface of the moon if you stay until the end of this symposium. And this is the Arid Dome in the Tottori University. And we have, at the first time, we have a session, we call it the core biome session. What is core biome? It's an artificial ecosystem which is required when we move into the different planet and moon, and we are gathering many expertise about not only the forest, but also the ocean, right? The space ocean is one of the very important things. And also, we have a special symposium. And then there is who is working in the Tottori University, mainly ecologically involving into the space exploration. Because and also, we have an official tour of the visit of the Tottori Sand Dune, and also the Tottori Sand Dune Museum. The museum is terrific. And then this is actually is a Japanese, but a special outreach talk with Inami-san and Mori-san and Ono-san. And then we are also talking. And then from the 7 p.m. and we are going to the site. So please don't forget to register the Tottori bus today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yamasuki. Thank you. Okay, now let us proceed to the next section. The next section is MBA activities overviews. We have some presentations in oral and in videos. For the first presentation, I got the video presentation from Giuseppe. He is the president of MBA. Just wait. So please attention to the 5 minutes presentation from Giuseppe.
So good morning to all the participants to the 7th Moon Village workshop and symposium. I am Giuseppe Rebaldi. I'm the founder and president of the Moon Village Association. And I'm sorry that I'm not there with you today, but unfortunately I was not able to travel. So I will explain briefly what is the Moon Village Association and a short introduction about what are the activities that we are dealing with. So the organization has been created in 2017 as a non-governmental organization, and the main goal is to foster the implementation of the Moon Village, meant as basically a multi-stakeholder project which brings together all sorts of organizations from all the world. So we are a member of the International Astronautical Federation, and we have a permanent observer in the United Nations where we are very active. So we bring together, as we said, industry, government, space agency, international organization, NGO, and most important, also the public at large. Public has a very important role to play in the future of the moon exploration, and that's what we try to do. So right now we have about 800 individuals from 64 countries, you can see. But the other important aspect, besides being members at the individual level, is to have institutional members. That is industry, because the main difference with the previous lunar exploration in the 60s, it is the involvement of industry. And this is our present number of institutional members, which is about 22. You can see we have from many countries, including at least 2 from Japan. And we're looking forward, as a result also of this meeting, that we will have many more institutional members from Japan. So I'm now going to explain to you, and this is an overall view of all kinds of activities that we are dealing with. So these are mainly in the forms of working group or project. So we have the analog, we have the towards mobile generation, lunar commerce and economic, cultural consideration. We have the International Moon Day, coordination and cooperation, architecture, and participation of emerging space countries. All of these has either been presented, like the International Moon Day, before this presentation, or is going to be presented after my presentation. So today, I will specifically focus on the coordination and cooperation, because all the other are dealt by other people. So basically, as you all know, there is plenty of mission going to the moon from non-governmental as well as governmental organization. And right now, there is no coordination mechanism for those lunar activity. And in spite of the treaty that we have, the Outer Space Treaty. And so this is a there is a major challenge to the sustainability and the safety of the future mission. So we need to set up means urgently to try to mitigate debris, as well as to make sure that there is a cooperation environment between all the different countries. Because of that reason, in February 2021, we established a neutral forum for a multi-stakeholder discussion, and this is called Global Expert Group on Sustainable Lunar Activity. So we have included in this list a cross-cutting of discipline, as well as a participant from 37 experts from more than 24 countries. But we have also a number of observers, more than 200. So it's really multi-stakeholder, multinational. So the main objective is basically to try to define what are the, let's say, the level, the framework which will allow safe and sustainable operation of activity. And so this has been the case. So after 2 years, we published a report, which is a recommended framework on key element for peaceful, sustainable lunar activity. And this has been presented also to the United Nations. So this is the book, which is also available on our website. The GEXLA is still operational. In terms of the way forward, we are, let's say, having a major role with the United Nations, supporting the discussion and hoping that the negotiation about creation of coordination mechanism at the level of the UN will take place. The GEXLA is operational as it is and will be for the next few years. With that, I would like to stop my presentation. I wish you a very successful workshop, and we're looking forward to a very strong participation of Japanese industry and academia in the future activity of the Moon Village Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe.
So good morning.
Oh, just wait. Sorry. The next speaker is John Mankins, the Vice President of MVA. So the presentation title is Oasis 2050. So 50 in program, so it's my mistake. So 2040 is written. So, but that mistake, 2050 is correct. The architecture study of MBA. Please, John Mankins.
Thank you very much. So, in addition to being the Vice President of the Moon Village Association, I am also with Inetani Sensei Yoshifumi, the co-chair of the Moon Village Association Architectural Concepts Working Group. And it was, in fact, 4 years ago at the first Moon Village Association workshop and symposium in Japan, 2019, in Tokyo and Kyoto, that we originated the idea of Oasis. So I'm not going to say much about the details of the technical concept, but just the idea that all of the programs and activities ongoing through Artemis and so on, all of these are beginning from today and working forward. And what we decided in the architecture working group was to look to the future, think about what the future will be like, and then look backwards towards today to see what is the roadmap, what is the path forward. And this is the idea of Oasis. It has been, up until this week, Oasis 2045. And in my remarks tomorrow, I think, I will discuss the transition to Oasis 2050 because of COVID and various other delays in the lunar programs. We still believe the vision is correct, but we don't want to get squeezed in terms of how ambitious this will be. It's a case study on the first human settlement on the moon, and it is an evolutionary step towards the farther term visionary lunar activities that Inetani Sensei and his group are looking at in coordination and in cooperation with the architecture working group, which he and I both share. So that's all for now. It's been ongoing for some years. If you would like to become involved in this architecture working group, please let us know. Please join the MVA or join as an institutional member, and we would be happy to have your activity, your support in defining a future first human settlement on the moon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. So next presenter is NASA. So yeah, okay. So please, sorry, I can't. Okay, thank you, NASA from MBA.
Yes. Thank you. Well, Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here and give me this opportunity to present the International Moon Day, which came about in 2021 from the efforts of the Moon Village Association, led by Giuseppe Ribaldi and Dr. John Mankins. They had collectively presented a good case to the UNOSA, and by December of 2021, the United Nations General Assembly declared the establishment of the International Moon Day to be celebrated every year on the 20th of July, starting 2022. So I found myself to be in the eye of the storm in January of 2022, and so we had to, with a team of dedicated personnel from MVA and with the support of Lockheed Martin, we were able to put together the inaugural event at the Drake State Community and Technical College in Huntsville, Alabama, with the help of NASA, of course, Johnson Marshall Space Flight Center. And we were able to carry that out very successfully. And also we had about 38 global events around the world. And in 2023, we had the second International Moon Day event nearby here in Gwacheon, South Korea, at the National Science Museum. And so every year we had a theme. And so later on we have some pamphlets I will disperse here, and you will see about all the different aspects of the International Moon Day. We had also some global events last year, or this year I should say, 2023, also coinciding with the main event at Gwacheon. And that was a total, I believe, about 48 different global events all around the world, including, I understand, Japan. So next year, the theme for next year would be illuminating the shadows. And as of yet, we have not decided on where we will have the main event, but it's open, and there are several countries vying for that. And we will hope to announce that sometime in January of 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, NASA. So for the next presentation of MBA activities, so we have 5 short presentation videos. So please attention to the screen. ビデオの方に切り替えてお願いします。違う。Sorry.
Hello, my name is Rob Mueller. I'm the co-leader of the Moon Village Association Exploration Analogs Working Group, along with Karush Aragi. And today I'd like to present the subject of Exploration Analogs Working Group Present and Future Activities. First of all, the charter of our working group is to provide a forum for identifying and coordinating activities related to terrestrial analogs for the Moon Village. But it's not just terrestrial, we also consider the Moon to be an analog or test bed for future exploration of Mars and other destinations. And we support the creation of analog test sites across the globe, across our world, as a tool to build capacity in space exploration technology development and creating outreach for new communities across the world. So this idea of having an analog test site is a very powerful idea which will attract people to space and to the ideals of the Moon Village Association. In our working group, we have these pillars that we work with, and each pillar has leads. And we have resource utilization, terrestrial applicability, humans, business incentives, laws, and operations. So that's the framework we operate under. In 2023, we have been working on outreach efforts with International Moon Day. And this year we had, in July 20th, 3 partners who volunteered to provide unmanned ground vehicles, robots for teleoperations, and these were from 3 different countries, from Germany, Canada, and the United States. First company was Mission Control from Canada, Neurospace from Germany, and Pisces organization from Hawaii in the United States. From Germany and Neurospace, they partnered with the PTS group and Spaceport Rostock, and they provided a rover called Hiver. And Hiver is a very small rover, but very capable. And you can see they had a regolith test bed at Rostock, and they provided the driving opportunities for students across the world that were able to call in on the internet and drive a robot from many different locations in our world, which was a very powerful experience for these students that were able to drive rovers from thousands of kilometers distance. In Hawaii, we had the Pisces Heleilani rover, which you can see pictured here, and it's quite a big rover. It weighs 726 pounds. 48 volts, so this is the opposite of Hiver. It's a large rover, but very capable. And you can see here this graphic user interface that the students were able to call in on the internet, use this GUI graphic user interface, and then drive the robot in Hawaii, which again was very inspiring for the participants. Finally, we had Canada with a company called Mission Control. They use the Husky rover. It's a Canadian robot which is commercially available. And they gave a very nice presentation, introduction, intro to the moon, mission control, operations, intro to the rover. And then they had a rover driving activity with some questions and answers afterwards. So an excellent effort from Mission Control. Here's a picture of the Mission Control operations. And finally, our goal is to have analog test sites across the globe. Collaborating with teleoperation events is a good example of how we can do this. And we're currently doing a survey of all existing analog proving grounds and test sites across our planet. We'd like to publish a catalog of analog proving grounds and test sites so that we can create bonds for outreach and testing across the globe through the Moon Village Association. This may also turn into a virtual computer-based simulation environment where we can map all the test sites and then turn them into a virtual test site that's available for anybody in a computer environment. And we're also looking to collaborate with John Mankins' team on the Moon Village Association OASIS 2045 lunar architecture to create a realistic virtual lunar topography and then start putting assets into this topography based on the Moon Village Association OASIS 2045 architecture. That's all I have time for. I hope you enjoy the conference, and I look forward to meeting you and collaborating with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Remo Rapetti, and I'm the co-chair of the Cultural Considerations Working Group. Since the beginning of its activity, the MVA has paid great attention to cultural issues connected with space exploration and the possible human settlement on the moon. Already in the first international workshop, which was held in Strasbourg in the autumn 2017, the organizers dedicated a series of presentations and an entire discussion session to cultural themes. When, after a few months, the Cultural Considerations Working Group was founded, we began by taking into serious consideration some of the topics that had emerged in the international workshop. After a few months of lively discussions, our basic suggestion was the following. Our fundamental goal is to ensure that the near future cosmic exploration occurs in a peaceful and sustainable manner. Therefore, all nations will have to sign the Outer Space Treaty, drawn up by the United Nations, which essentially means no weapons or mass destruction in space, no national sovereignty of a planet, respect for the social and cultural characteristics of other peoples. The conservation of the sites of the lunar landings, starting from the footprints left by the first astronauts and the objects left on the moon, is a fundamental step in creating the spirit of a history common to all humanity. If we believe in the overview effect that most astronauts have experienced, this feeling of belonging to a world where everyone coexists peacefully and without borders will spread more and more as travel into the cosmos becomes more and more common. The working group's activity was carried out through the organization of webinars which addressed the most varied topics, from the conservation of human heritage on the moon to space tourism, from the arts, literature, art, and music inspired by the moon to spirituality, from space design and architecture to the deep space effect, etc. Among the numerous invited scholars, I would like to mention Michelle Hanlon, Frank White, Christopher Kokinos, Chris Charsworth, Catherine Newell, Annalisa Dominoni, Cheryl Bishop, Erika Blumenfeld, etc. For the future, we intend to address the psychological and sociological problems linked to space travel and other topics that we will have to define when updating our white paper. Besides the webinars, we have also produced a video project interviewing a number of people with the question, why me to the moon? And have participated in international conferences. Moreover, we are running a dedicated website and are present on social media. I would like to conclude just quoting a visionary sentence of Neil Armstrong's. Perhaps it won't matter at the end which country is the sower of the seed of exploration. The importance will be in the growth of the new plant of progress and in the fruits it will bear. These fruits will be a new breed of the human species, a human with new views, new vigor, new resiliency, and a new view of the human purpose, the plant, the tree of human destiny. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is enjoying the workshop in Japan. It's my great pleasure, of course, to have this opportunity to give a very brief description about the PESC project, previous activities, very briefly, challenges that we are facing right now since the establishment of the project in 2019, of course. We are facing now some challenges, and because of the challenges, we have also opportunities. So very briefly, the PESC project is all about mentoring local teams to produce roadmaps. The local teams will represent emerging space countries, and the creation of the roadmap identifies opportunities, whether commercial, engineering, for this particular emerging countries over 100 years. The roadmap is just the beginning, because the PESC project is about communicating this roadmap for potential stakeholders, whether locally or internationally. And we hope the process of iterating the roadmap, communicating with different stakeholders will actually create a discussion locally, and hopefully this will lead to actual activities. We had 12 roadmaps now from all over the world, as you can see here in the map. And as we speak right now, we have a roadmap that is being created by local teams from Saudi Arabia. So we expect in few months, we will have 13 different roadmaps. So I would summarize our challenges in 3 different challenges: communicating the roadmap, local teams challenges is our challenges as well. So it's difficult to approach stakeholders, especially for small local teams. And I think it's important that in the PESC project, we help them. We did actually recruited a particular person for partnership. We call this vacant position as partnership officer, but we still need more manpower. The main activity is to find harmony between the roadmaps and institutional members. Of course, we have shortages in manpower, and we would like to recruit more because this will help us also in the 3rd challenge, which is visibility. We will need to show the world the amazing work that our local teams are doing. And for this reason, we are thinking to have an annual event where we will have all local teams presenting about their roadmaps. And of course, we will invite speakers and guests from different places in the world. In conclusion, we have now 13 different roadmaps, and we have also an annual survey. Those are the main activities we've done in the last 40 years. We have challenges, and we would like to solve these challenges, and we think this will bring the PESC to another different level in the future. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Surendra Punalagar. I'm the Education and Outreach Coordinator for Moon Village Association and the co-chair for Towards Moon Village Generation. So here I wish to share some notes about Towards Moon Village Generation, the working group. So the TMVG, that means Towards Moon Village Generation working group within the Moon Village Association, is igniting a movement and fueling curiosity and inspiring a new generation of lunar explorers. With a steadfast commitment to education and mentorship, Towards Moon Village Generation orchestrates a diverse range of engaging activities, from hackathon and education webinar series to thrilling lunar exploration competitions. So we are fostering a passion for discovery. As we journey into the upcoming year, Towards Moon Village Generation embarks on a monumental endeavor, the creation of Moon Village, the next giant leap for humanity. It's a book. The comprehensive book will serve as a guiding beacon for those seeking deeper understanding of lunar exploration. Continuing our mission to quench the thirst for lunar knowledge, the MV Academy, that means the Moon Village Academy, is developing a curated learning management system. This innovative platform with structured lesson plans aims to enlighten and empower our audience, fueling their passion for lunar explorations. Simultaneously, Towards Moon Village Generation invites like-minded individuals and institutions to create local chapters. These hubs will galvanize a young demographic, nurturing their curiosity of the lunar exploration. The Towards Moon Village Generation Working Group not only shapes the minds of future lunar explorers, but also cultivates a global community united by a common goal, advancing our understanding of the moon. So as we convene at the Moon Village Association Workshop and Symposium, let's share our achievements. Already you listened some of our activities. So some of our future activities. We hope we will have a good upcoming year for the Towards Moon Village Generation Working Group. Let's cheer up. So do check out our activities in our website as well as in our social media. Thank you so much for listening this presentation. Soon we will engage in the activities.
Welcome to the Lunar Commerce and Economics Working Group. And today we will talk about our main results and future activities. So the platform to evaluate and discuss all markets for a cislunar and lunar economy. So we are talking about goods and services as well. The lunar commerce portfolio that we develop provides a focus for businesses who target lunar activities. And it also provides guidance to government to evaluate policies how to involve the commercial sector in the development of moon markets. The lunar commerce portfolio, the LCP, is also a source of lunar commercial opportunities and data on suppliers, customers, and value chains. We already published version 1 in 2022. The version 2 of the lunar commerce portfolio, we will release it in fall 2024. So stay tuned for regular updates in the meantime. So the lunar commerce portfolio is organized around 9 markets: transportation to from the moon, transportation on the moon itself, communication and navigation, energy and power, services and public good, in situ construction and manufacturing, lunar resource extraction, which is mining, habitation and storage, and also lunar food production for humans. Really, all markets are interdependent. For example, M1 transportation depends on everybody else's cargo. The generation, energy and power generation depends on the needs of everybody else. The same for food, M9, and for example, extraction depends on everybody else's needs and requirement for material. The major features of the LCP are qualitative and quantitative evaluation of all 9 markets, which is based on the analysis of value chain and demand drivers. And we also develop an economic model based on various stages of maturity in how the lunar activities develop. So we start from an early phase in 2025, 2035 that are short-term missions. And we project in the future what is called a mature phase. And the mature phase happens when we are not anymore depending on Earth for the basic necessities of human life on the moon. We don't specify a date in particular because we don't really know when that will happen. Our scenarios assumptions include constraint and the speed at which the lunar markets can be developed and implemented. It could be slow, or it could be fast, or in the middle. And we are very careful to precisely evaluate the interdependencies between markets. So that is typical value chain analysis for lunar resource extraction. So exploration, extraction, processing, storage, and all the activities. And this is the demand drivers for lunar resource extraction. So clearly in space servicing is a big ticket, including propellant depots everywhere on the moon surface and in cislunar space. Life support for humans, platinum group metals and other elements like rare earths, in situ manufacturing, and of course, helium-3. We are a team about 12 people, and we keep recruiting researchers and analysts. But our core leadership is made of 5 people. The 2 co-chairs are Christophe Bosquillon and Larry Kushko. Chris is also in charge of public good services for sustainable lunar activities and cross working group outreach and coordination. And now he is in charge of coordination and cooperation with ESRIC based in Luxembourg. And then we have Guidon Gauthier, that has been of Yann Perrault. Guidon is an experienced space market analyst, former co-chair, and currently in charge of strategy and research. Dallas is a well-known expert in space architecture and is in charge of transportation to the moon. And Yann Perrault is an expert in space resource utilization, and he is in charge of Market 7 lunar resource extraction, and also in charge of designing our economic models. of our lunar commerce portfolio markets for our most advanced projection source on Earth for Earth, and it's when we use moon resources to provide, to support industrial manufacturing, starting from an early phase around $4 billion in revenues. We find that in mature phase, we have revenues in excess of $31 billion. And the most important markets besides transportation and resource extraction are construction of infrastructure and of habitat. We learned many lessons, the difference between short-term reality of missions that gave us very important data and long-term projections based on scenarios, and we constantly work on improving our model, our market definition, the interdependence and correlation of variables between markets, and how to iterate our model to evaluate our variables more precisely. This is a high-level view, simplified chart of the interdependence between the markets. So you can see on the left, transportation. On the right, we have resource extraction and construction. In the middle, we have agriculture for food, habitat, and various services. And all of that is connected to power supply and communication and navigation. The way forward is that we are engaging new to space industries. So we developed a paper in cooperation with Bocconi School of Management, the Space Economy Evolution Lab, about whether lunar economic is only for space industry or can you involve a non-space industry participant. And we cooperated with several Japanese companies to develop this paper, Chiyoda Corporation, Yokogawa Electric, iSpace, and also together with Todai and Ibaraki Daigaku about the project of launching a lunar water analyzer on the moon, plus building a commercial energy plant on the lunar surface. And what we find is that our lunar commerce portfolio is quite relevant to help non-space industries to evaluate their lunar economy prospects. So if you are a company from the new to space industry, you are welcome to approach us, and we can help you with an assessment of your company's lunar markets. So we leverage our 9 markets analysis and our economic model to develop several cooperation, like for example, SGAC, Space Generation Advisory Council. They have a commercial space project group, and we help them with hackathon and human resources. The LC working group is also a custodian for the MVA Moon Market Annual Award that will be introduced to you later today. And furthermore, so as we said, if you are a new to space industry participant, you are welcome to join MVA as an institutional member and also to join our user group. And you are welcome to approach us as well for an assessment of your company's cislunar and lunar markets. And so to conclude, the merits of joining MVA as an institutional member, Kikan to stay MVA ni Sankasuru Merito Nandishoka. Well, if you join as a member, you can be the first to know about lunar business activities. We will provide you with an assessment of your company's cislunar market. You access a network of moon business opportunities, and you can participate in lunar business events internationally and stay updated about the lunar commerce portfolio. We just welcome our first Japanese member, MVL, so we are looking forward to welcoming many more members, to welcoming you, all of you from Japan. So, どうもありがとうございました。活気に満ちた宇宙と月の経済を一緒に築きましょう。Thank you very much. また、 どうもありがとうございました。またよろしくお願いします。
Thank you for presenters. Now, the opening session is finished. Thank you for your attention. So let us take a short break for 5 minutes. So, sorry for 5 minutes. So there is a exhibition hall just next to this hall, this side. So please enjoy the exhibitions from sponsors. And you can find the coffee break service in the exhibition hall. So enjoy the coffee. So please. So you are requested to eat and drink only inside the exhibition room. Please refrain from drinking outside the room, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody. We would like to start the plenary talk chair. I'm Yosuke Yamashiki from Kyoto University. I'm one of the hosts of this session. Are you ready? Because of the rest time, but because of the time constraint, we should get started. I would like to ask the first speaker, Koji Yamanaka from JAXA Space Exploration Center, who is here. Okay, Dr. Koji Yamanaka, he's talking about JAXA Space Exploration now and beyond. So if you prepare, please get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think people are still outside in the coffee break. But I think maybe the time is limited, so I think it's good time to start. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Koji Yamanaka. I don't know why. Okay. I'm a director of JAXA Space Exploration Center, and today I'd like to explain the JAXA Space Exploration activities in 15 minutes, which I said by Inatani Sensei. So now most activities, we are here, low Earth orbit. Of course, we have ISS, space station. Also, we are sending some resupply vehicle to the space station. And after that, we will have the commercialized space station. So JAXA is happy to support such commercial space activities in low Earth orbit. On the moon's surface, we have actually SLIM, LUPEX. I will talk the detail later, so you just can feel what's going on now. The SLIM, LUPEX, and the pressurized rover, and near future fuel plant and the lunar base. And around the moon, of course, we have a gateway, and the gateway is supporting logistic vehicle. And LNSS, as you know, it's a GPS, lunar version of the GPS. LNSS demonstration we will do pretty soon. And we hope we want to have some HV class cargo lander on the lunar surface. And the Mars, we have MMX, which will be launched soon. Also, we are studying the Mars ice mapper, MIM, with many other countries. It's an international mission. This is, GEM, ISS, and so this is the current. This is HV. Also, I love this picture just because this is beautiful, and also because I was the flight director history, so I love this vehicle. Fortunately, 9 HV flew so far to the space station, not just by the JAXA's effort, but also the industry's efforts, such as MHI, Merco, IA. They're a great company, great job. In the near future, we will have HVX soon, very soon. We will launch this HVX, the new version of the HVX, and this will support the ISS to the 2030. And beyond 2030, as I said, we will have a commercial version of the space station. So commercial version of HTV, it's just a nickname we call it internally. It's not official name, but HVXC is a commercial version of the HTV, and also for the gateway, the moon, lunar gateway resupply will be performed by HVX gateway. It's just a nickname by us to support astronauts or moon activity. And the SLIM is flying 50 minutes, okay. Small lander. It is pinpoint landing, and technology demonstration in low gravity experiment. And now you can visit the SLIM website for the more detailed landing information. Now it's open. Next month, this will land on the surface of the moon, so please check their SLIM website. The detail is in public now. And early 2020s, we will have MMX and LUPEX. MMX, Mars Moon exploration, sample return from the Martian moon Phobos. And it is a joint mission, of course, with NASA, ESA, CNES, DLR, so we'd like to express great thanks for this international cooperation. And LUPEX, Lunar Polar Exploration, it is in situ observation of water in South Polar region. And this is also joint mission with ISRO, India, for lander, and NASA ESA for science instrument. So again, I'd like to express thanks for their very great cooperation for this mission. And tomorrow, from 9, Dai Aso-san will come. He is the project manager of this project, so you can here, you can get much more detailed explanation by Aso-san tomorrow morning about LUPEX. Late 2020 mission, we have, again, the Gateway, of course. And the Gateway is international collaboration with NASA and other countries. And with JAXA Japan is providing batteries for the Haro module and also environment control and life support, so-called ECLOS system into iHub module. And also we would like to send our cargo version of the HTV to the Gateway XE. And the crew pressurized rover. Of course, it is good for the expansion of the exploration area by human being. And this is also joint mission with NASA, and also joint mission with Toyota-san. As you know, Toyota is a big car mobility company in the worldwide. So we are happy to working with Toyota-san for this rover. And also, tomorrow morning from 1920, after LUPEX, Tsutsui-san will come. He is a project manager of this vehicle of the JAXA side, so you can hear the detail of the pressurized rover next morning. So please don't miss it. It's a great opportunity. Since I think I just a little bit have time, but I keep the 15 minutes, 3 minutes more. So it's silent videos, but it is public, so you can see it on the web pages, but it is the joint mission between JAXA and Toyota and other companies. Of course, design will be changed, so it is something like this at this moment, but you can feel what it looks like. And I hope we want to see that vehicle is actually landing on the moon. Okay, go. Okay, so 2 minutes more, so I will stop talking. So the JAXA space exploration strategy is, of course, in the end, the human Mars mission, but demonstrate technology and operation and prepare for the sustainable lunar activities and evolve and contribute by Japan's technologies such as landing, surface exploration, habitation, rendezvous docking, communication, and navigation. And we wish, we hope we want to land the Japanese astronaut on the moon. And also we want to maximize science. Science is very important, so we want to maximize science benefit by leveraging human mission, because human mission is there, and human is there, transportation vehicle is there, so there is a great opportunity for the science, so we want to maximize using this opportunity, and understanding the origin of the water, and also want to use for human expansion into space. I think I will skip. It is internal Japanese only. As maybe you know it, we have JAXA space exploration scenario, and the latest version has 761 pages, so please refer it. It is in the public. And the last page. Also, recently the government is very supportive, honestly, very supportive on the lunar activities through the many activities such as Stardust. Stardust is one example, but also we have the SBIR and other program which is kindly supporting lunar activities for construction, transportation, robotics, exploration, navigation, communication, energy, living, food. I think some of them are presented this week as well. So I would like to say great thanks. And this is my chart, so I hope we can work together, not just the government level, but also the industry and the university, academia, of course, and we want to have such a wonderful, bright future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Koji Yamanaka. Thank you for keeping time in 15 minutes. But if you have a quick question, one question I would like to ask if you have some particular interesting question. Because JAXA is now promoting the Toyota also, and also the lunar exploration by using a vehicle, and the manned space exploration by sending the crew into the. Thank you very much. So if you have no, then please ask directly to Doctor. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So the next speaker will be Dr. Bernardo Foming from Lunex Euromoonster. It's ESA, and he's going to give a talk, especially on the European challenge into the lunar exploration. So when you're ready, please be started. Okay.
So it's really a pleasure and an honor to be here. I think I came to Japan maybe 20 times in my career, many times working with colleagues from JAXA, but ISAS, with also astronomers. Also, we had a number of beautiful international astronomical congress we had here. But it's my first time in Kurashiki. So I've learned a few words of Japanese. Tsukini ikimasu. So let's go to the moon. And eventually, we had, so that's good? Okay. So also I have, we had a very important event. I have also mine, if you want. I have also my computer, if you want. Oh, you want me? You want? Yeah, so we had a great conference of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group in '96 in Kyoto. A very intensive session. At that time, the chairman of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group was Professor Mizutani-san. And we had also collaborated always with colleagues worldwide, with Japan playing really a key role with a vision, but also with execution. So that's good. Yeah. You want to assign it, or you can assign the. Where is that? Assign the screen. Yeah, you have it. And we need the. Yeah, I was not so sure about the system, so this morning I copied my presentation into the master computer. You have it, I suppose? Yeah. You reboot, okay. Yeah, so in any case, I would like to talk to you about a number of initiatives that we have developed in the frame of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group. And this is a group that was created in the mid-90s with a number of stakeholders that includes space agencies, but also academia, also industry, and as well we had a community at large. So it was a kind of a precursor for the Moon Village initiative. Now, happened that I have been to the moon myself, almost, because I was leading the first mission to the moon that ESA designed. And so I was the lead scientist for this mission that was called Smart One, Small Mission for Advanced Research in Technology. But we launched it 20 years ago. So it was the first mission of this millennium. So at that time, ESA was working intensive and fast, and we managed to launch it. But in the meantime, we have not built any other missions at ESA, 20 years. For this reason, I left ESA last year, and I tried to organize something where we would work a bit faster with the international community, but I still have the T-shirt from the launch of Smart One, launching team. Yeah. And then we had a great collaboration where we were discussing with other countries that were preparing a mission to the moon. So there was, in particular, a project that was developed in Japan, Selene, that was then renamed Kaguya, that was launched in September 2007. But also there was a mission developed by China called Chang'e 1 that was also launched the same month, September 2007. So from 2003 to 2007, Europe was alone around the moon. But from 2007, we started to build a moon village in orbit around the moon, a fleet of observatories. And from that time, we have had a permanent presence of orbiter around the moon. So we were collaborating both with our colleagues from Japan, from China, international. So I was also participating to the Kaguya science team. So we have here Professor Junichi Hiruyama. Yes, okay, so he was a great host for a number of science team events, made beautiful discoveries. And then we were collaborating on the mission Chandrayaan-1 that was launched in 2008 by our Indian colleagues, and where I was negotiating to put some 3 European instruments on board. So see, that's why you need an astronaut to, yes, excellent. So we can, excellent, we go full screen, but we keep it like this, it works. And so I want now to mention, okay, what we do in the frame of the International Lunar Exploration Working Group. We developed a platform for collaboration. And this is a platform where we even created a foundation and various consortia that allows to support the preparation for the next phase of the Moon Village. So we have some activities of science, data, instrument, field training. We have also some capacity building effort, outreach, but we have also more recently connected with the innovation and business ecosystem. And we have also connected to the humanities at large, in particular with Space Renaissance and with the International Astronautical Federation. So here you have some example of some activities we have been conducting. We have built, in fact, in more than 12 years ago, a small lander. It was developed in collaboration with Professor Yoshida from Japan, and so for the Google Lunar X Prize, and this led also to iSpace, as you know. We have also developed campaign infill places on Earth that look like the moon, like the Etna volcano, or like the Hawaii, like La Réunion, and also like Mount Fuji-san. We even made a campaign in the lava tube of Mount Fuji with Professor Hirayama. But we have also developed initiative to learn how to live and work on the moon and Mars. And so we have developed also some experience in training astronauts, because we believe we are all astronauts from Spaceship Earth, so we need to be trained, and we train in the field site. I will describe some of that. So where do we start? We had a very nice presentation showing that we have now a set of data. So for instance, we have launched our Smart One mission, and this was a mission that was mostly designed to test technology of travel to the moon with electric propulsion, 5 times less consumption, but also we tested some technologies for spacecraft, some system of power for spacecraft, computer, battery management, but also we had very miniaturized instruments because we were allowed only 20 kilograms of payload. So we had a miniature camera the size of a human eye. We had an X-ray spectrometer the size of a toaster, 5 kilograms, and we had the first infrared spectrometer around the moon, only 2 kilograms. These miniaturized technologies now could be used in even deeper missions in the solar system, but now we can go to the next step of very advanced instrumentation that we are going to be brought by the next fleet of orbiters and landers. So with these missions, even if it was mostly technology, we were able to deliver science data to understand, for instance, how the moon works, or how no rocky planet like the Earth works. So we look at tectonics, wrinkle of the moon, we looked at impact craters, we looked at the chronology of bombardment, we have also volcanic features, and in particular with the Smart One, we explored in particular the poles of the moon, and in particular the South Pole. Eventually, we even created our own impact at the end of Smart One. We were out of fuel, and we had a controlled impact that we could observe from Earth, and you have here some of the movies that we created from observation from a telescope in Hawaii. So some of our legacy with Smart One was to deliver the first comprehensive map of the South Polar regions, where you can, for instance, map the permanent shadow regions, also looking at areas which are illuminated, and from where you could plan traverses for future missions. We even were able to monitor for the first time over the whole year what was the illumination of a ridge, which is close to Shackleton, and it's called the Smart One Peak of Light, and that's a place only about a square kilometer at most, where there is a kind of a very strong incentive, like a race almost, to be the first to have the next robotic lander there. So I hope we will organize that as a nice robotic village on this Smart One Peak of Light, and then there will be a human outpost and a base there. Then, using what we were developing in Europe and our collaboration with other countries, we really created this Moon Village orbital fleet, where we had Kaguya with the first beautiful gravity map, because there was a mother spacecraft and 3 sub-satellites. You could map even the gravity field of the far side of the moon, the first in history. And you can see the big difference between the far side and the near side. We still don't understand why, actually. It's a lot of science to do. Then also we had our Chinese Chang'e 1 that made the first thermal map, microwave map. And then we had Chandrayaan 1, which hosted some 7 international instruments, including 3 from ESA, 2 from the US. And Chandrayaan 1 eventually with M-Cube was able to detect the presence of water in the poles of the moon. And even they had a small descent probe, which was in fact suggested by the President of India that went to a conference we organized in Udaipur in 2004 and said, oh, you have a great mission, but you should add a descent probe. And then they had to build a descent probe that eventually also detected water in the exosphere of the moon. And then from 2009, we had a succession of beautiful missions from the US. So we had our colleagues launching at the same time LCROSS and the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. LCROSS impacted polar region and could measure the presence of water ice in a polar crater. And LRO is still in operation now. And since that time, we have exchanged this data, which is a mine of data for the community. So in the mid-90s, thank you. Oh, okay, sorry. Well, mid-90s, we had this Moon Village roadmap. And so actually that's when, at that time, we created, we had a number of COSPAR events. And okay, we have supported the birth of the Moon Village even before with activities at ESA. So in support of that, we have conducted some analog campaign. We did some in Utah for research, instrument, and habitat, extravehicular activities. And so I pass on our contribution to characterizing the site for Artemis. And we try to prepare for the Artemis base camp. So for that, a number of challenges must be addressed. And we have a number of activities where we developed the technologies of landers, of cameras, of spectrometers. And we test them in field sites like Etna. So we did some campaign with ESA and DLR there. For instance, we deployed some shoebox experiment. We test them together with astronauts. We developed also instruments in the lab that could be used in the lunar laboratory. And we even built our own lunar lab where we can train researchers. We have one facility where we isolate researchers, and actually we have one of our analog astronauts here, Kato Kless, that can share what she's experienced there. And more recently, we have built our own mobile moon base that is now available and with an inflatable structure. And this can be moved from country to country. And we hope to build one in Japan, for instance. And now I would like to end. Sorry for the mishap of the beginning that made us lose a lot of time. But I would like to end also on some activities that we are conducting at the International Moon Base in ICES in Hawaii, where you will hear a talk this afternoon, where we have trained a number of analog astronauts to perform activities like we will do on the moon. Eventually, we had a big eruption last year, but we were able this year to go back to this place. And so with Hank Rogers, our chief commander, with Kato Kless, who is now our director of operation, we are restarting this program. So I would like to end, due to time, to the fact that we have also received now funding from the European Commission to develop an overall academy where we train young professionals in all these areas. Like you see in Moon Village, we are very interdisciplinary. Not only will cover the science part, the technology part, but also the humanities, the medical, the business, and the training for astronauts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernard Foming. You're from Paris, right? So I really want to visit you once with your office. Thank you very much for yesterday, and also let's pray. Pierre.
Thank you. So looking forward to this as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a video message from Raymond Clinton from NASA, Marshall Space Flight Center. Are you okay for showing the video from the NASA Raymond Clinton? Because he's sending a message for 5 minutes before. Sorry, from the next speaker, Bob Lamboré, Lamboré from the Luxembourg Space Agency. He's there Yeah, you here? Okay, sorry. Be patient during the presentation, the video message from Raymond. So Raymond is, he will give a talk about the center. So when you are ready, could you start? Okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Great. Although I can't be there with you in person, I did have some information that I would like to share about NASA's Moon to Mars exploration strategy and objectives, and also the Space Technology Mission Directorate's recent initiative that they've announced. NASA has developed a Moon to Mars strategy. They did this by not only internal planning, but also holding several workshops in which they requested input from other space agencies, other government agencies, large businesses, small businesses, and even private citizens, as well as academia, lots of universities and so forth. And they got over 5,000 inputs. They sorted these inputs into 63 objectives. And those objectives address things such as transportation and habitation, science, operations, infrastructure, and recurring tenants. Additional information on first of all, let's go to the link that's in the chart. That's the link that you can follow to see the report on the Moon to Mars strategy and objectives. And then down below that, there's the architecture definition document, which is basically a deep technical dive into the architectures that are envisioned for the Moon to Mars strategy. In addition, there's a series of 6 white papers that provide additional information on the strategy and the objectives. So let's go to the next chart, please. Okay, I've put together a few of these objectives that deal with construction and also manufacturing. But it's important to note that the way the strategy was developed was to architect from the right, develop and execute from the left, and stick to the plan. Now, I do want to point out a couple of these objectives that are LI, meaning lunar infrastructure. The first 2 there, demonstrate advanced manufacturing and construction capabilities in support of continuous human lunar presence and a robust lunar economy. Now, that is a rich statement that is really very powerful because you're talking about demonstrating these technologies. You're calling out specifically manufacturing and construction, and you're talking about a continuous human lunar presence and a robust lunar economy. There's just an awful lot to focus on in that one. In the next objective, the one right below that, demonstrate technologies supporting cislunar orbital surface depots, construction and manufacturing, maximizing the use of in situ resources needed for continuous human lunar presence. Again, the continuous human lunar presence, and again, the emphasis on construction and manufacturing technologies. The other point that's very important about this is maximizing the use of in situ resources. The other objectives that I've shown here deal with understanding the impact of the lunar environment on the system and on the materials. But when we get down to the last 2, and OP stands for operations, you'll see again, there's this recurring emphasis on minimizing the amount of materials that have to be launched from Earth and maximizing the use of in situ resources. And then for the last one, it talks about for those materials that we do launch from Earth, we need to make sure that they are recyclable and reusable when they get to the moon. Let's go to the next chart, please. This chart was shown recently this fall at the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium fall meeting. And this was an announcement that was made by Space Technology Mission Directorate. You'll see in the upper center of that chart, there is a lift 1 that is with a red circle. LIFT stands for Lunar Infrastructure Foundational Technologies. And this is the first mission that will demonstrate those technologies that is supported by a Space Technology Mission Directorate. The primary objective, the primary focus of this mission is to demonstrate the capability to produce oxygen from the in situ resources there on the moon. Additional objectives include excavation, feeding the oxygen production machine, power, autonomy and robotics, dust mitigation, and construction is also an optional objective. Now, by option, what is meant by that term is the others are primary, and if construction technology demonstration can be accommodated in the mission architecture, then there will be essentially bonus points added for including that technology in the first mission. Now, for this mission, STMD has put out an RFI, what we call an RFI, which is a request for information. They're asking industry to try to understand the interest of industry in participating in an RFP, which would be a proposal call as a result of the information that they get when they put together, or when they analyze all of the information that they get back from the RFI. And that RFI is due on December the 18th. So it's active right now, and it was just released within the past couple of weeks by STMD. So looking forward, the plan is that STMD will structure a request for proposal, RFP. Industry and industry teams will respond to that RFP, and a selection will be made for the technologies that will be demonstrated on this first Lift 1 mission to the moon. Can we have the next chart, please? So for the IMPACT project, and I happen to be the principal investigator for IMPACT, and that stands for Moon to Mars Planetary Autonomous Construction Technologies. This is our vision. This is how we view architecting from the right. You can see in the foreground is a machine that's building a landing pad. We believe that the landing pad will probably be among the first structures created on the moon. Planar structures followed then by roads. And you can see over in the upper center, there's another machine there working on a roadway. And then farther behind, you see another machine working on a vertical structure or a habitat structure. And chronologically, that's how we see the development of this capability on the surface of the moon, starting with the planar structures being the landing pads and the roads, and then moving to the vertical structures like shelters and habitats. Let's go to the next chart, please. So coming back and executing from the left, this is how we began to develop those capabilities. First, we evaluated a number of different materials and processes, and you can see the types of those materials listed there. Cementitious materials, which require a binder. We would use the lunar regolith as an aggregate in the cementitious materials, but it also requires binder materials like calcium sulfoaluminate or magnesium oxysulfate, just as an example of a couple of those binder materials. To be able to produce large complex structures on the surface.
Okay, so please forgive me. There was a small error from the gods. So this is there are two presentations from Dr. Clinton. One is a longer technical presentation. That's this one. Go. And the other one is a short welcome to Karashki.
Hi, John. I want to thank you for the opportunity to participate in the Moon Village Association work.
Okay, this is the short one. This is the one for today. Please go ahead.
for the opportunity to participate in the Moon Village Association workshop and symposium. I wish I could be there in person. I'm very disappointed that I was not able to due to some conflicting travel requirements. But I do want to welcome all of those that have come to the Moon Village Association workshop and symposium. And I wish that you all have a very successful conference. I know that I have been to these in the past, both in person and virtually, and they're always fascinating discussions. And we just get a lot of information that we don't normally have access to through what we normally do here at Marshall. So I'm really looking forward to the results that you come up with from this workshop and symposium, and I'm looking forward to being there with you when you hold this next year. So thanks again, and good luck on the workshop.
Okay. Cut.
Thank you so much.
Cut. Okay.
Yeah,
And
thank
we
you very
will
much.
finish the other one when the next opportunity. Okay.
But it was excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. There is no room for the question, but let's hope to visit Marshall next opportunity. Okay, so we would like to invite Bob Lambre. It's a Luxembourg Space Agency. He will give a talk about the recent development of the Luxembourg Space Agency. So when you are okay, can you just start introducing you, and then he will introduce. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. My name is Bob Lamberet. I'm a senior project manager at the Luxembourg Space Agency, in charge for exploration. And today I will present to you the Space Resource Initiative we launched in 2016. I briefly introduce it, and then I explain a bit what we did over the last 5-6 years. So it all started in 2016 when the government of Luxembourg announced an initiative called spaceresource.eu that states that Luxembourg aims to contribute to the peaceful exploration and sustainable utilization of space resource for the benefit of humankind. So here it's important to understand that this is not a mission or a technology development plan, but it's a very broad initiative led by the government, many different levels, to create an environment where actually different actors, private, public, can operate in space and use space resources. So when we started the initiative, we identified 4 challenges. On the technical side, obviously the technology is not yet mature and needs to be further developed. On the regulatory side, space resource is not, there's no clear international legal framework on how to use space resources. The business and use cases for space resource remain a challenge, and that will be ultimately the most important part that will keep this whole environment sustainable. And then on the financial side, we need a lot of funding to actually develop all of these technologies. And the Space Resources .eu initiative actually tries to address all these pillars in parallel, because it's important to find the right answers and solutions to these 4 different challenges in order to have something that can last into the future. That's why we then developed a strategy around 5 pillars: international cooperation, legal framework, research, education, technology and business, and funding instrument. So here, to start on the international cooperation, it's space resources is a very broad topic, and it must be addressed at the global level. That's why we yeah, we address this in many bilateral meetings we have with different governments, with different space agencies. We are an active contributor at UN on this topic. We joined the exploration program at the European Space Agency. We became a member of the IAF and also recently joined ISAC-G to coordinate these developments on a global level with other space agencies. We were also one of the 8 founding signatories of the Artemis Accords. The Artemis Accords put forward a set of principles for an safe, responsible, and peaceful space exploration within a group of different actors, which is very much in line with our initiative. And they also explicitly address in the accords that you can use space resources as long as you respect international treaties. So which is also very important for Luxembourg. Then in 2017, so one year after the launch of the initiative, Luxembourg published a space resource law. So actually it's a law that puts forward, lays out the condition a national operator must fulfill when requesting an authorization for using space resources. Luxembourg was the 2nd country in the world after the US, and in the meantime, there's Japan. They also in Japan you also have a very similar law. And so while on one side the law itself lays out the conditions of how to apply, it also demonstrates the commitment Luxembourg government gives to space and space resource in particular. Beyond the pure legal discussions on the national level, we are also a very strong supporter of the discussions held at UN level at the COPUOS. There we supported the creation of this dedicated working group on space resources, and we'll be hosting together with Belgium next year in March, on the 26th of March, a UN expert meeting on space resources in Luxembourg. We, next to these more formal discussions, we also support various non-formal forums, such as the International Space Resource Governance Working Group and the Global Expert Group on Sustainable Lunar Activities. We believe it's important to open these discussions to a larger public and not limit it to the public side. It's important to have industry around the table. And as we see that these groups can produce very valuable input, and as they demonstrated by the building blocks from the Hague Working Group or the framework recently published by the Global Expert Group on sustainable lunar activities. On the more on the technology and the business side, it's important to understand that Luxembourg is not a traditional space agency in the sense that we do not have our own space missions or space development roadmap, but we work very closely with industry and support them in developing the future technologies and services around space and in the frame of the Space Resource Initiative around space exploration. So we do this through our national R&D program for the industry. That's called LuxImpulse. It's an R&D program that's implemented together with the European Space Agency. And at the moment, we are supporting around 11 companies in this field. In this slide, I put just 4 examples to illustrate a bit what this means. I'm also happy to share more details on the projects we do with the other companies. So first, there's the iSpace Europe. So we support them to develop lunar surface mobility and lunar data services. This is a very interesting cooperation, as it also will will materialize in a rover that will fly to the moon on M2 mission by iSpace. That it's scheduled to launch end of next year. And also in that mission, the iSpace will be the one, the first company requesting an authorization under the Space Resource Law. Then with MANA Electric, we develop a technology to produce solar cells in situ from regolith. We also translated that concept into a terrestrial environment, as it's very similar the elements you find in the deserts. So will allow you to produce solar panels, and it's basically taking the ISRU concept, but in a terrestrial application. Then with Air Liquide, one of the leading industrial actors in liquid air supply, liquid oxygen, sorry. We develop various technologies to store, transfer, and use oxygen and hydrogen in space and on the lunar surface. And with Off-World, we are working on a lunar processing module to extract, purify, and use lunar resources, lunar volatiles. In the education and research part, the most significant event achievement over the last years is the creation of the European Space Resource Innovation Center. So it's a center that was established by the Luxembourg Space Agency and the National Institute of Science and Technology in Luxembourg, dedicated to the topic of space resource. So it looks at technology, business cases, and public research. And ESA joined the center as a strategic partner later that year, and we have a very strong collaboration with the European Space Agency. So the center itself, as I mentioned, is it's as it says in the name, it's an innovation center. This means it does internal research projects, and it also collaborates with industry, with external users. Nowadays, they have roughly 20 researchers working at ASRIC. For example, they work with Air Liquide on how to purify the water we could extract from the lunar environment. With Airbus, they work on how to use the metals extracted by reducing the metal oxides or the regolith on the lunar surface, and how to use it in a metal 3D printer. And we're also closely collaborating with Kigam in Korea. And then on an internal level, they look at beneficiation, at microwave sintering, and so on. So they have a very, very long list of projects running. In the frame of the collaboration with the European Space Agency, it's the core topic is how can space resources support human exploration. And here the topic of producing oxygen on the lunar surface is the key element in this collaboration for the moment. So together with ESA, ASRIC is further maturing the molten salt electrolysis, and we'll soon get the first 3 cells to study this process more in detail. And also together with the European industry through an ESA project, the team is looking into expanding this concept to a ground-based pilot plant. So basically a pilot plant for the design for the lunar environment. But we believe it's important to study this concept on Earth first to understand how to scale it up and how to operate it in the long term. Then another large equipment we procured together with the European Space Agency is a dirty thermal vacuum chamber. So this has, I think it's 2.7 meter diameter and 3 meter deep. So that's it's an equipment that's needed to develop and test these technologies. Well, it's procured for internal use for the projects we do together with the European Space Agency. It's also available to external users from industry and academia. So if there is a need to use such an infrastructure, just contact us. Next to this more R&D projects, the center, or in we chose the name of innovation centers. We also want to stimulate new ideas and the creation of new businesses. So we run a startup support program in ESRIC dedicated to technologies and utilization or use cases of space resources. So it's a two-stage program where we first have a 3 to 4 months period in which we closely study the business side and technology. We mature the whole idea, and then we have a 2 years incubation program. So we currently having the third round, and the fourth call is open. And yeah, here you see just the name of the companies that have applied so far and the ones that were selected. Also to stimulate a bit the exchange of ideas, the creation of new partnerships in Europe, we organize a challenge together with the European Space Agency, the Space Resource Challenge. The first challenge was held in 22 and 23, and in the picture in the background you see the final round. In this challenge we were looking at technologies and new concepts to find the resources. So therefore we built a large lunar analog with 2,000 square meters in which the teams had to remotely operate their rovers and map and find the resources. And the next challenge will be announced at the Space Resource Week in 24. And this brings me to the last slide. Since the launch of the Space Resource Initiative, we also organize a yearly event on space resource dedicated to this topic. Nowadays it's probably the largest event dedicated to space resources. It's a 3 days event looking at the different aspects on public missions, on technology developments, on business case, on legal questions. And the next event will be held next year in March from the 25th to the 27th of March. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. The Luxembourg is one of the most prestigious and advanced country in terms of the space law, and we are always respecting and following what you are doing. And can we join the space resource meeting? And how much will be the cost for the restoration?
Yes, of course. I think the space resource event is open. It's a public event.
Great.
It costs around 150, but it includes everything: food, a lot of drinks.
So yeah, let's have a beer there. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Again, appreciate. So next speaker from the MHI, Takeshi Kai from Japan, and MHI's Lunar Society concept and effort for the implementation. So he will give a talk, and then please be patient for the preparation. But are you ready? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for a kind introduction. I'm really happy to be here and have a presentation opportunity here in this great, wonderful plenary session. So today I present the title, MHI's Lunar Society Concept and Efforts for Implementation. So I'm Takeshi Kai from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Space System Division, belonging to Business Strategy Implementation Team and Engineering Department concurrently. So here is our presentation agenda. At first, I introduce overview of MHI's Lunar Society concept, then move to key infrastructure services explanation, to lunar port, propellant plant, and regenerative ecluse. Then I introduce operational concept of base development and its expansion. And finally, so I will share our future efforts for its implementation. So this September, we had released challenges in lunar exploration and manned lunar orbital base development, expanding mankind to deep space by making use of MHI's unparalleled heritage of space technologies. Leveraging our space heritage technology coming from launch vehicle and transfer vehicle and the International Space Station and the Japanese experimental module, we are moving forward to develop lunar orbit and lunar surface with Gateway and its cargo transfer vehicle and rovers. And then we have drawn up our own future lunar society concept, targeting 50 years from now. In this concept, 1,000 people stay on the lunar surface for longer than 1 year with various systems and facilities. The purpose of this activity is to consider its realization process not only in the forecasting way, but also in the backcasting way to keep balance between conservative risk mitigation thinking and ambitious challenging thinking. So today's presentation focus is a short-term time frame, but the content is based on this idea. Then we identified 3 key lunar society infrastructure services. One, lunar port for safe moon landing and taking off. And 2, propellant plant for repetitive and continuous exploration activities. And 3, so regenerative eclipse for lunar habitat facilities. And we believe that those 3 items can be realized by MHI strong points and technologies. So in the following slides, I will share the source of this idea. And the first item is lunar port. The main focuses of lunar ports are A, so ensure safety of the moon surface by preventing a regularly thrown up, like the image, by covering up the lunar surface with a membrane. And B, to provide navigation support for landing and taking off by using beacons and other devices. And in addition to these 2 typical lunar port functions, we noticed that supply resources to a waiting lander and rover is also important. We noticed this point from the discussion with lunar port stakeholders, and the point is that lunar port should work in the context of repetitive lunar surface exploration with lander and rovers. So lunar port has to contribute to the repetitive exploration activities. We think that deep understanding of lander and rover operation is essential to propel this development. So we have an advantage, we think. Then the second item is propellant plant. Here we show the 7 steps of a propellant plant operational process. And in the first 3 steps, unfortunately, we think we don't have any advantage of this point. So we need collaborators to proceed together. But in the following steps, we think we have an advantage. For example, in the step 5 to 7, cryogenic propellant management, we think we can utilize our proprietary experience in launch vehicle and development operation. And in the step 4, propellant generation, we can leverage internal company synergy with energy systems. So for example, one example is here. So in Takasago factory in Hyogo Prefecture, we have Takasago Hydrogen Park to do a comprehensive demonstration to produce hydrogen and storage and use it for power generation. So we can utilize our grant experience to accelerate our space application. Then the third item is regenerative eclipse. And now MHI is developing eclipse components for Gateway I have by utilizing past achievement of eclipse technology for ISS through GEM, HTV, and HTVX. And concurrently, MHI group aims to realize a carbon neutral society developing CCUS framework, system, and the value chain. So same as the propellant plant, here both space and Earth are our target application, so we can create the reinforcing cycle between space and ground to strengthen our technology backbone. Then MHI had set an initial research and development plan and just started feasibility studies. So our base plan is to complete development of those items around or after 2030, then start servicing. And our initial focuses are here. So regarding Lunaport, we are designing basic navigation and guidance logic for landing operation, and are working on hardware and device material selection. In terms of propellant plant, we are planning to improve TRL of magnetic refrigeration technology for in-space use. And about regenerative ecruits, we are working on feasibility studies of CO2 reduction and water electrolysis. These are the efforts for infrastructure items. But while doing the development activities around these items, especially regarding the operational concept of moon-based development and its expansion, we noticed that there are gaps and blanks about how to implement these items as an infrastructure system. So, for example, there are a lot of uncertainties we think, so how to transport those items, or how to set, or how to protect, or how to maintain, and so on. So of course, it is really important to prepare the development of each items on the lunar surface. But we think at the same time, it's really important to consider the system integration perspective. As an entire group, so we MHI has not only space technology, but also various technologies and products we believe which can fill the gaps among infrastructure items, as I showed in the previous slide. So with this recognition, we envisioned our new operational concept of base development like this. So in this image, key concept is seamless and sustainable. So from lander arrival to infrastructure expansion. So for example, so if we have the enabling system of transportation and operation to use, for example, lander tanks for the propellant plant and lander modules for habitation modules, lander won't be waste or debris on the lunar surface. And we think that our robot forklift technologies can be one possible candidate for this system. Now, of course, there are a lot of other technologies which can be a potential candidate for this concept. And so many technologies are needed to realize this concept, so we need more and more collaboration. But it is shown, and we believe that MHI can be a hub for the development of lunar infrastructure system to achieve sustainable lunar development. So as a first step for this realization, now we are making conceptual large-scale lander mock-up, so equipping tanks for the propellant plant and large modules for habitation to embody our sustainable operational concept of base development and its expansion in the previous slide. And now we are planning to set this lander mock-up at YHH, a so-called Yokohama Hardtech Hub, which is designed for our company's open innovation and open collaboration activities. The location is close to Tokyo, as shown in the map, so to make a lot of people come to join this activity. Yes. And we believe that this large-scale lander mock-up surely will stimulate and inspire our imagination and to accelerate concept discussion and proof of concept activities. So how to handle modules and the tanks for seamless development of the base, or we can do some robot arm emulation or astronaut activities around the lander. And furthermore, our future vision is like this, to expand this lander mock-up exhibition to so-called YLP, so Yokohama Lunar Park. So this is just an initial idea, but where The idea is where MHI and the various partners can test and demonstrate the lunar mobile modules and infrastructure concept together. Of course, this is just an initial idea, conceptual idea, and we are really open and flexible to discuss about this idea. So I really appreciate if you kindly provide us some comment or advice how to proceed with this idea together or how to develop this idea like that. This is our final slide. So in this presentation, I introduced my company's current status around lunar development and introduced our future concept of lunar society, then make it more specific to the operational concept of a sustainable and seamless base development. And we believe that we will be able to contribute to the sustainable development of lunar society and the Moon Village by MHI's collective capability and the power of open innovation. Yes, that's all of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mitsubishi Heavy Industry is one of the leading company, and it's famous for H2 and H3. So I hope the next mission will be successful. But when the Yokohama base will be open, It's already open?
Not fully open for public, but it's an open space for if you ask us to get in, so we can do that.
That is great. So you can enjoy staying in Tokyo and Yokohama for watching. Okay, thank you. So then, thank you very much for the MHI. And the next speaker will be from Lockheed Martin. Is he here? Actually, it is from the video presentation. Laura Champion is a Lockheed Martin. A vision for the lunar surface power architecture. Oh, you're here. Sorry. So, can you operate by yourself, or Mira-san will be operating? Yeah. So Lockheed Martin is a leading company for the mission for the vision for the. Okay. So please get started.
Good morning. It's so great to be here. This is actually my first time in Japan, and it has been wonderful to be in the city of Kurashiki. I didn't say that right. Kurashiki. I'm working on it. And I would actually like to start by saying a big thank you to the Moon Village Association and the team of soldiers that come together to make this happen. I know it's not an easy task, and we are very grateful from Lockheed Martin that you've invited us to be a part of it. So I'd like you to consider my presentation today as an invitation for collaboration. But I'll start by introduction. So I am Laura Champion. I am the head of international partnerships for space exploration missions at Lockheed Martin. My current focus areas include the moon and all the aspects that come with it, as well as Mars, asteroids, further into deep space, and climate intelligence. Lockheed Martin desires to grow partnerships and collaboration around the globe and join forces with others for space missions. I have the unique opportunity for engaging with a variety of organizations all over the world in search of partnership opportunities. Missions to space are challenging, but are more likely to be successful when teams come together. For the next few minutes, I will focus on Lockheed Martin's vision for the lunar surface power. Lunar surface power is a key capability for a sustainable presence on the moon and a priority for Lockheed Martin's development. So let's start here on Earth. I believe we can all agree that power is a precious commodity and one that most of us have become very accustomed to and rely on for daily living. This is your standard power grid on Earth. First, power is generated by coal or nuclear, solar or wind, and it's then transmitted by power lines to substations, then finally distributed to end users such as homes and businesses. If we intend to inhabit the moon one day, the needs for successful living are very similar to those on Earth. For survival, we need water, food, shelter, and power. Using a power grid system, power loss in a line matters when power is traveling for miles on transmission lines. To obtain a more reasonable voltage for local distribution in a city, the power must go through a substation. After power goes through the substation, the cables turn into distribution lines, which are very thin by comparison to transmission lines. But ultimately, every grid needs a brain. On Earth, you can't simply plug your computer into a wind turbine because there's a certain amount of stepping down of voltage. You have to control that power so the computer doesn't get overloaded and explode. Everything in between that turbine and the computer is controlled by utility, or the power grid. Using sensors, controllers, converters ensures the grid is working correctly. When you have too much load for one power station, shutting that load off will allow another station to take the overload. This is what utility does. It uses a complicated network of sensors to tell where the problems or overloads are. Now let's shift our focus back to the moon. If we are using a cable-based system, you have to make accommodation for that power loss. Once you get beyond a few miles of the power station, you may need transmission and substation elements, and not just those distribution elements. Currently, Lockheed Martin is developing this brain of the power grid. The controller is intended to be semi-autonomous to talk to different sensors and converters to ensure everything is working safely together. When windfalls occur on the moon, we will have redundancies and generators working together. The goal is to never face elongated downtime if you have a proper overall controller. Once the initial power grid is in place, this opens up the opportunity for others to participate in the construction of this grid. Now we're going to decompose our vision of the lunar power grid. Here we break down the lunar power grid into 4 areas. Just like on Earth, you have to generate power, which is likely to come first from solar arrays, and in the future from fission surface power. And then for storing that energy, there are different varieties of batteries and regenerative fuel cells. Then you have the elements that are pulling the power from the grid, known as power loads. Power loads consist of ISRU excavation and processing, habitats, rovers, and landers needing to power up. For example, if you have Company X provides solar arrays and spooling cables, but Lockheed Martin provides a box or a power conversion at each end of those cables, then all those systems can work successfully together. It's likely there would be a number of boxes along the way to step up and step down the voltage as it gets transmitted over distances and then gets used by the power load. I recognize this is quite a chart, very busy, but let me break it down for you. The colored boxes, as you see, there's red, green, yellow, and red. Blue, green, yellow, and red. The colored boxes indicate the buildup of the grid and the amount of power that will be needed over time. As you move from the top of the chart on the top left down to the bottom right, this is the long-term vision. The long-term vision of a global lunar power grid that starts small with Artemis Base Camp running at about 120 volts, but as more capability is added, like a fission surface power, large-scale storage, and more generation, the grid can be extended with higher transmission voltage. Activity at a crater rim may be its own local power grid interconnected with the main grid. Eventually, we'll get to global scale, including producing solar arrays from lunar material on the surface. Won't that be amazing? Sensors controllers are connected in many points. They shed load to different generators and go into a safe mode to avoid failure. For an Earth grid, the network instantaneously picks up that fault. When we talk about a grid on the moon, our goal is to build a high-quality grid where our controllers can protect humans while at the same time accepting experimental technology. Utilizing a high-quality grid system at its core, we don't have to worry about experimental technology hurting humans. The ultimate outcome is to build the brain and the nerves of the system to keep humans and technology separate and safe while all on the same grid. Said another way, and a little more simply, first Lockheed Martin plans to set up the core of the grid. Others can then immediately take part as end users. After the core is established, the grid can grow. Any nation can build on the grid and become power providers themselves. The human supporting technology and experimental systems can then use the grid without interfering with each other. Lockheed is designing the grid to be interoperable so other power providers and users can easily connect, and modular so that engineers can use known interfaces when designing their systems. This is known as interoperability. An example of a successful design with this philosophy is the International Space Station's standard payload rack, where scientists from anywhere in the world can use this specification to build an experiment that will work on the ISS using easy-to-find connectors and materials. Interoperability and modularity are extremely important for international collaboration because any country will be able to build useful equipment for the grid, leading to a truly international collaborative effort. The main objective is to develop a core grid that works with all types of different systems. It should allow for updates and be able to take on new elements as they are developed. Scalability is also critical so the grid can grow as demand increases. The first two blue boxes here are controllers and converters that LM will operate. The buildup of the power grid starts with other countries providing vertical solar arrays and voltage converter boxes. Once we have the baseline grid established, is when end users such as rovers and habitats can plug in to have the ability to extend their mission. Lockheed is building a flexible, scalable grid so that organizations outside of NASA can join the lunar economy when they're ready without needing to bring their own power supplies. Lockheed has a ground development contract with NASA for a 10 kilowatt vertical solar array technology. These are tall towers for solar arrays to get the arrays above the long shadows created by crater rims and mountains at the South Pole. We also have a study for a contract for 40-watt fission surface power. Nuclear power provides constant power regardless of lighting conditions, eliminating the need for storage. Fission surface power will be critical as the power grid scales up to prove out this technology on the moon for future crewed missions to Mars because of the dust storms. The LMV is the construction and assembly vehicle for the grid and also provides mobile power storage given the size of its batteries. And then our power management and distribution research and development ties it all together. So in closing, creating a lunar electrical grid is the first step in establishing a permanent human lunar habitation. Grids are made of many elements that all talk to a central control system, or the brain. A high-quality grid can accept both human and experimental technologies. An interoperable, modular, and high-quality grid makes it easy for all countries to collaborate. We have built a number of technologies for power generation, power storage, power management, and logistics for a future grid. However, Lockheed Martin sees the construction of a lunar grid as a global effort between high heritage space companies, but also emerging space nations and small businesses. This is a new paradigm that we are embarking on. Our goal is to design and construct the core of the grid, but we really want others to join in. An interoperable, modular, high-quality grid makes it easy for all countries to collaborate. The essential commodity of power could be the first long-term international collaboration on the lunar surface for the benefit of the future lunar economy and the beginning of the moon village. But even before you can have the village, you need water and food, which requires power. Lockheed Martin is eager to collaborate on this lunar opportunity, and we welcome the chance to speak with you this week during the workshop. Please feel free to stop us on the sidelines during the week and ask questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Lockheed Martin. So your company is thinking for the supplying the energy in the lunar surface, and are you thinking really with the nuclear power too for the use of the power supply? It's a important part when the sun shades.
Right. So first, it will start with their vertical solar arrays.
Okay.
That's the key.
Thank you, and I hope that we have a good lunar society supplied by the Lockheed Martin. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next speaker will be Akio Saito from IHI Aerospace and a completely closed material circulation system on the moon. So if the preparation should be okay, then please get started. Okay, thank you very much, Laura. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So are you connected already? Okay. Okay, so Akio Saito, please get started.
Okay. Good morning. This is Yuki Okamoto from IHI Corporation instead of Akio Saito, who is my manager for this project. And our topic is completely closed material circulation system on the moon. Okay, then first of all, let me introduce our company. Our business area consists of three parts, like space and the defense and the aircraft engine parts. For the space area, space transportation division, like Epsilon rocket and the experimental device department for ISS and then HTV. So today I would like to focus on this space utilization area. Okay, this is the history of IHI Aerospace space utilization area, and this table shows a chronological summary of what IHI has done in space utilization area. We have been involved in the fields of propulsion systems and space shuttle equipment and International Space Station experimental equipment and re-entry capsules. Today, we will use these widely experiences and techniques to the moon development. Okay, then today's topic is around the moon. As you know, it may take more time to live on the moon. However, we are approaching the age of people living on the moon. We, as a group, estimating moon society and the system. And what is the purpose of the moon? Why we go to the moon? There are several motivations based on the recent research. So from these options, we focused on the three motivations, which is the moon is for a sightseeing spot, and for a transit point to go to Mars, and for a new economic system. So we created the image of the moon society for the next page. So this is the picture for our image of the moon. As you know, water can be created from the moon resources. So there are many rovers to catch the water resources. from the moon, on the moon surface, and there is a power line and a launch pad to the other planets, such as Mars. Anyway, energy, water, air, other materials produced and consumed on the moon, only on the moon. So based on this concept, we'll introduce what we are now investigating. And, this chart is show the limitation by lunar resources. So as you know, water trace was discovered for the recent research result, and no any organic material on the moon. However, we know that the organic material is necessary to live for people, but very limited on the moon. So the completely closed material circulation system is required. Okay, and then just imagine go to the moon, which is very, very expensive. So rather than going there to abroad, so for example, in America, we can eat steak. For the Italy, we can eat pizza and pasta. And in Japan, we can eat sushi. But how about on the moon? Well, if you eat only space food, if you want to go, well, do you want to go to the moon? Our answer is no. So I want to eat sushi on the moon, even on the moon. So we have said the quality of life, like food, and, as a key performance indicator, KPI, and waste, zero emission. This is clear to understand. So to achieve our goal, we are investigating material circulation systems. Okay. This is a concept of material circulation system. So human eats something, food, and we will produce waste like food residue and excrement, and go to the methane fermentation area, and then pre-treatment and the methane gas production and the residue extraction. And then after methane fermentation, we will get the fermentation residue, and go to the plantation area, and then grow the plant for food and the feed for fish. And then vegetable and fruits go to the human area and then eat again. And then for feed, which is going to aquaculture area to grow a fish. And then fish go to the human area, eating again. Yep. This is current effort for our project. For the methane fermentation, we started to improve of fermentation efficiency by pre-treatment. And for the plant growth using the methane fermentation residue. And for the agriculture area, fish feed production from residual protein. And the final material for circulation system design. So I will try to design the total system, and we're going to testing. Sorry. As a summary, our material circulation system can produce methane gas and the plant and the fish by using waste as a fundamental circulation system. Furthermore, we IHG Group would like to improve QoL on the moon with expanding the system. So we keep aiming to realize a moon society where everyone loves to go. Thank you for hearing. If you have any query, contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping time. And about the Claudia material circulation system, IHI, we have a few minutes for the questions. So I would like to open question 1 or 2. So if you have. So yeah, it's very important to secure the sushi bar in the lunar surface. Yeah, and how can you cultivate the fish there? Can you cultivate the fish in the aquaculture? Okay.
We are studying. We are studying the how much and how the kind of the fish. Yeah. So, but in our study, we love sushi. So
great.
But tuna is very difficult because it's a sea sea fish. So yeah, so we are trying to much more kinds of fish to to eat on the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, we will discuss about aquaculture in Tottori session too, and please join our session too.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the heavy industry and also the Lockheed Martin and IHI discussing about the circular economy in the lunar surface and also the eclipse, and also from the JAXA and the ESA and NASA and Luxembourg. Thank you for very, very good presentation. We have a very, very nice presentation, and I would like to thank for all listening this session, and thank you again. And we will close the first plenary session on time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for everyone. Before to the lunch, so we have a MBA award session. The chair of the session is John Mankins. Please.
So when we did the last MVA workshop and symposium here in Japan in 2019, we gave an award to several space companies and players concerning their contributions to the vision of the Moon Village. And of course, I don't think it was connected, but then immediately following the 2019 MVA workshop in Tokyo was COVID-19. So for a couple of years, we did not have an award presentation because we met only virtually. But starting this year, we want to renew this tradition where the Moon Village Association recognizes an outstanding contribution by a global lunar development and lunar research activity. And I'm struggling to unwrap the award. Okay, there we go. So on this occasion, we are restarting the Moon Village Association Awards, and we are focusing on the contribution of companies and research organizations to the realization of the moon market. So to the creation of a marketplace, including the moon as a part of the larger global economy. And I'd like to invite Dr. Inetani Sensei, please Inetani, to join me for the introduction and the announcement of the award. So it is our pleasure to recognize this year a key player among the new space companies in creating the new cislunar Earth economy. Please.
Yes. May I announce? Okay. The award is presented to the iSpace. Yes, of course, everybody here in Japan and in the world too, the iSpace is the first commercial lunar landing attempt. It was an attempt, but to my understanding, 95% of the mission was in the success. The final, just landing, but they will try again very soon. So due to this ambition and commercial mindset, making moon or cislunar space to the economical world. So that's the reason why we award this to the iSpace. Is it okay?
And accepting the award is?
Yeah. I do not. Maybe I hope they will accept it.
No. His name. His.
Okay. Yeah. Here's Mr. Masashi Sato. Yes, but then on behalf of his CEO, Takashi Hakamada. But unfortunately, he cannot come. But then he will give a message from the CEO. Okay. Come on. Together. So, please. The photograph. The cameraman for us.
Yes. Okay. It's our pleasure. Congratulations.
So the podium is you.
Okay, please.
So we're truly honored to have this distinguished award. Thank you very much to everybody who kindly selected iSpace. Firstly, I would like to express our sincere apologies that our CEO Takeshi Hakamada was not able to make it for today. So on his behalf, myself, Masashi Sato, is currently honored to be here on the stage. So as Inatani Sensei mentioned earlier, cislunar economy or cislunar ecosystem, whatever, is one of the very important words for us, iSpace, that we have been committed to create that thing in real. And then as probably I believe that we were kindly selected for this distinguished award because we attempted our first commercial landing to the lunar surface this April. And then I'll be explaining the details of the mission later on in the first session of the afternoon. However, we are proud to be selected. And of course, we couldn't make it for the landing itself. But because of this, lots of expectations and praising from everybody from this lunar economy, friends in lunar community, we need to be committed more to extend our future missions. And on top of that, as Inatani Sensei mentioned earlier, since I have received a message from our CEO Takeshi Hakamada, please allow me to have your time a little bit more to introduce his message, which is digitalized in my smartphone. So shall I just put this one just for a few minutes? Please. Thank you very much, since I need to handle my smartphone. Okay, so I'm truly honored to receive this award. Since the inception of the MVA, I have personally participated in discussions. At that time, iSpace was still in its early stages with nothing substantial to showcase. However, this year, despite being unable to land, we achieved a significant milestone by becoming the world's first commercial mission to reach the lunar surface, marking a momentous accomplishment. I extend my sincere gratitude to everyone worldwide who has supported us in various ways. Above all, the most crucial aspect is to persevere, guided by the spirit of never quit the lunar quest. We continue our journey towards building the cislunar ecosystem. We eagerly anticipate the launch of Mission 2 in fourth quarter 2024 and Mission 3 in 2026. Once again, thank you for this esteemed recognition. We remain steadfast in our commitment to advancing space exploration. Takeshi Hakamada, founder and CEO, iSpace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. So, and I believe now is the most important announcement of the morning. Time for lunch.
Yes, yes. Thank you, John. So before lunch, let us make some announcement. For the first, Congress back, about Congress back. Please, Ms. Isan. Yes.
Thank you for your time. If you have came to the welcome reception last night and didn't receive the Congress bag, please come to the registration desk. We have yours ready. So please come pick them up. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the next is lunch time. So the lunch venue is a different building from this. So now we are in here. So at Classic City Art Museum. So lunch venue is Geibunkan here. So very close, 2 or 3 minutes by walk. So from Art Museum, so you should across the road twice, opposite side to Classic Station. So then you can find very interesting building, Geibunkan. It's Geibunkan. So then in the Geibunkan, we have 3 rooms. So sorry to difficult. So you please pick up your lunch in room C. Then you should go to lunch venue room. Then please eat lunch. So enjoy lunch. And you will get garbage. So please return your garbage to the box. So then, so please come to here again. So and in the breakout session, so there are 2 breakout rooms. Room C and room B. So some of you should go to room C and room B again in the breakout session. So there are our guidance staff near here and near Crossroad. So please feel free to contact ask to guidance staff. So. Okay. So sorry for so little difficult. So please challenge to go to the lunch room. Okay. So the next session, afternoon session, will start at 1 p.m. So please go back to here till 1 p.m.
Thank you. So one more thing. If you want to leave your bag here, your conference bag, if you want to leave it here, you can leave it here. You don't have to take your conference bag with you to the lunch building and then bring it back here. So we will be coming back here after the lunch. Too late. Everybody did it.
Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon plenary session for this 7th Global Moon Village Association Workshop and Symposium. I hope that one of the common themes that you will have seen so far is the sheer amount of lunar activity which is ongoing both internationally and here in Japan. And I think this is one of the key messages of the moon and of cislunar space at this time. This afternoon, we have several excellent talks, which are all from industry players. And I think that is just obviously the future for cislunar space and cislunar economy and ecosystem. And with that as a conceptual introduction, I will ask Sato-san from iSpace to please give his talk on transportation services. Please, Sato-san. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Just checking to see if everyone is listening.
I must have fivefold time lengths, right? Fivefold.
Yeah.
15, probably 20. Yes. All right. So once again, my name is Masashi Sato from iSpace. I'm very honored to be here on stage again. Thank you very much for your time. We would like to explain a little bit about who we are and what we have been doing and what we'll be doing so far. So, as John Mankins earlier mentioned, we are really committed to kind of create the so-called cislunar ecosystem. And then we would like to enable humans to kind of confirm the most cost-efficient space exploration with the utilization of space resources. So this is the vision as a corporation we do have. So the cislunar economy, ecosystem, whatever, which we are trying to create is that our basic idea is to sustain and maintain or even expand the value of the Earth's orbits where satellites are rotating and the number of satellites are becoming greater and greater. To make it happen, we believe that utilizing water resources and other energy sources on and around the moon environment will be a key trigger. You can imagine that there is just 1/6 smaller gravity from the Earth on the moon surface, and also there is a considerable amount of the energy sources so that we can enable to launch spacecraft from the moon surface to the orbit with a smaller cost. And even for the further outer space and asteroids and other planets such as Mars, moon could be a sort of gas station to refuel your energy there for the further exploration. So for those architecture, we believe that moon will be a very important point that we need to develop and make it usable, make the in situ resource usable for everybody to make space accessible. So all of the above, above all, I think we believe that reaching out to the lunar surface, lunar environment, including the orbit, will be the first step that we need to kind of reach out. So spacecraft is obviously needed. So to make it, we've been developing different types of spacecrafts. So for the first mission, as noted for the morning session, the award ceremony, we've created our first lander, formerly called Series 1 lander, which has a 13 kilogram of the payload capacity. And for the future missions, for the second mission, we'll be using the same one. I'll be getting back to that later. And for the others, we'll be using another lander, which is way bigger than the first one, which is being developed in the United States, whereas the first two missions, we are developing those in Japan. So for the US lander, which is currently called Series 3 lander, Series 2 lander, has a 10 times bigger payload capacity compared to the first one. And then to comply with the huge demand of payload transportation from Earth to the Moon, especially from NASA and the US government, we believe that this size of lander will be needed more and more in the future series of explorations. And on top of that, we are also kind of purchasing our own orbit satellites for the lunar orbits. Since to find out the positions and also collect the actual lunar resources, it is very important to land on the backside of the moon. So therefore, relay satellites are always needed to get moon and Earth connected. For that, as iSpace, we have to own our own satellite communication infrastructure. So for the mission 3, which is planned in 2026, we'll be having 2 satellites inside of the lander to be deployed during the landing sequence. So anyway, we need to get on the surface. And then we tried that last year, from last year to this year. Almost 1 year ago, December, we launched our first space lander from Cape Canaveral, United States, by SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. And then it actually took almost 4 months to get to the lunar realm to be switching into landing sequence. And then finally, we attempted actual landing on April 26 in this year. So this is one of the photos taken by our lander during the landing sequence from the lunar orbit to the surface. This is just by coincidence, but this is very, very eye-opening photo. So one of the world's first photo taken by the commercial company to the moon surface and including the Earth. And then you can see some shadow on the Australian continent over there. This is just by coincidence, but there was a very timing of the sun eclipse. And because of this, this month, we were awarded as this year's Best Solar System Image by the Planetary Society. So we are also very honored to have to receive this award. And we also took some videos. So this is one of the videos taken by the lander camera as well. So you can see craters and dips, so that kind of you can visualize or understand how it looks for the lunar surface. I believe so. Since this is almost like mid-latitude, so once you want to get into the actual kind of places for where the lunar resource is located, that must be more kind of rocky, I think. So for our first mission, we carefully consider how to describe our performance to general public, and of course, to kind of collect what kind of lessons learned we can get. So we don't want to say this is kind of like a 0 or 10 failure or success. Rather than that, we kind of separate into 10 different types of milestones to clarify what we could do and what we could not do. So finally, as many of you know, we successfully get down up to the so-called success 8, which is doing some maneuvers to correct, the coordinate angle to vertical to get in the actual landing sequence. But before success 9, which is actual landing, completion landing, we actually were faced with some failures of software to correctly get the information of the altitude. So after traversing for the almost 380,000 kilometers from the Earth, at the last moment of 5 kilometers from the lunar surface, there was some technical failure. But we already proved what the cause of the failure was. So we really believe ourselves to make some improvements for the next mission. And anyway, lastly, as commercial activity, more importantly, we need to establish the communication and activation of our customers' payloads as well as our payloads on the surface. That is the very thing that we want to complete for the next mission. So for the next mission, which is planned in fourth quarter of 2024, we'll be using the same lander. And on top of that, something new coming up is we'll be also bringing our own rover, which is currently being developed in Luxembourg. I'll be getting back to this later on. So for lander, as formally it is called Series 1 lander, we rebrand and named it as Resilience for our next mission, although most of the technical aspects are the same. But we really want to push our spirit to be resilient, to go forward, never quit the lunar quest. And regarding the cause of the failure for the first mission, we clarify the reason was for the software. So rather than fixing everything about hardware, software modification is relatively easier, although space is always hard. But it was really lucky that we can do it in a proper timeline and by improving processes of the project management. For this series of first 2 missions, we are privileged to have great supporters, partners for our company. As you can see, these companies' logos, these are the companies we can call new to space companies. Most of these companies are not formally committed to the space industry itself, but they have a huge, great capability to get into space industry. So for each of these different companies have each knowledge and capability to support our space exploration. Vice versa, we also support them to develop their own new space business. And recently, we have announced Epiroc, a Swedish mining company, has joined our partnership called Hakuto-R. Hakuto, here, this is a Japanese word. There is an old ancient fairy tale that on the lunar surface, rabbits are living there. And Hakuto is white rabbit in Japanese language. And R is reboot. So this is actually, we are formally established as a Hakuto, Team Hakuto for the Google Lunar Express. But for our first 2 missions, M1 and M2, is to reboot the past challenge to try that again, to land on the surface. And for the commercial activities, we also have customers, payload customers, to deliver their payloads for the to the moon surface. So this is very unique, I think. We do not have government agency for this mission. We are purely doing a commercial payload delivery for this second mission. And I want to just pick 2 very unique payloads of the customers. One is by a Japanese company called Takasago Thermal Engineering. We'll be bringing water split experiment, which should be very necessary for the future cislunar ecosystem, because splitting water to generate power is very important infrastructure for the future human habitation and architecture. The second one I would like to pick is Ugrena. This is a life science startup from Japan. We'll be bringing some microbe to the moon surface to try their R&D to maintain the environment to sustain life extension of the microbe. For the rover, as I briefly explained just earlier, this is being developed in Luxembourg, and unique feature is that in the red circle, as you can see, we'll be having a scooping function to literally scoop up the lunar regolith on the surface. For this, we actually have a contract with NASA. By scooping this regolith, we'll be claiming our ownership under the rule of the space mining law of Luxembourg and selling that ownership to NASA. We already contracted that with the space agency. If we succeeded, potentially this might be the world's first trial to sell the ownership to the space agency, or even the space resource trading per se. For future, we'll be also planning to have our third mission by the lander. We are currently developing in United States. As I mentioned, this is mainly for NASA CLIPS mission, which is a commercial lunar transportation service, which will be selling our payload capacity to NASA. We'll be bringing 3 scientific payloads by NASA to the other side of the moon. However, the payload capacity is still remain for some portion. So if you do have any interest, we are always welcome to have you for another payload customer. So for these spacecrafts, we are separately but in parallel operating different types of missions at the same time. And eventually, we'll be also developing our new lander, which is currently called Series 3 lander here in Japan. For this Series 3 lander, we are recently selected. We have recently been selected by Ministry of Economy and Trade Investment, METI, for the brand new subsidy called SBIR Phase 3. So we have received 12 billion Japanese yen to develop this Series 3 lander. So that as Japan, we will have a bigger size lander to develop, deliver the bigger size of payloads. So these are the charts for our future business models and the missions. So we are always happy to interact with you, collaborate with you to kind of for the sustainable, continuous lunar explorations. So although we are not able to make it for the first mission, but we'll never quit the lunar quest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question. Any question? So, well, please, was there something? Oh, please, Patrick.
Could you just say something about Bandai Namco's role? Great. Thank you for asking that. Thank you. Yes. So, especially to those who came over from outside of Japan, how many of you know Gundam?
Of course.
Oh, it's great, great, great. So Bandai is a toy company, renowned toy company from Japan, and one of their kind of very, very strong pillars of their merchandising is Gundam, which is a robot robot, which is, I think, like Star Wars or Star Trek in Western countries. Everybody in the kind of space community in Japan loved it. And then we'll be bringing, can you turn on the screen? Thank you. So we'll be bringing so-called Space Century Charter. I don't really understand what that is, but I know this is very important charter in the history of Gundam anime. And on that, there is some kind of like context of very important policy, how and why humans need to live on the space. For that, we'll be actually making a mock-up as a plate and put that on the probably side of the lander and actually land on the surface. And to let people know that the actual charter is already set in place on the surface. Probably Gundam fans, space fans, we should be excited.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So our next talk will be more biological in nature and perhaps a little bit less rocketry. And so Nakamura Sensei from Okayama University on plant growth with asteroidal materials. So do we have the slides? By the way, now that we have a few seconds, I will put in a commercial. I know many of you are giving a talk during the workshop and symposium today and tomorrow, and I wanted to encourage you to please provide your slides to be included in the proceedings if you have not already done so. So it's very critical, and what we are, I have a few more seconds, what we are asking, we are basically saying, you retain the copyright of your slides or the intellectual property in your slides. But we are asking you for the right to publish them as a part of the proceedings. So in the program on page 8, thank you. On page 8 in the program, which you received, is the statement of how the disposition will be done for the intellectual property and so on. So, and we are asking for you to please provide the confirmation, you agree, everything is fine. Or if you want to make some modification of the slides that you are showing today or tomorrow, then please make the modification and provide those within a couple of weeks. And confirmation, yes, it's okay. So we want to make a really nice record of the results of this workshop and symposium, and we can only do that with your help. So thank you. Thank you for the delay. It was a good chance. Okay. Not quite yet. Soon? Where is Mira-san? Are you here? There you are. Ah, just coming in. So another logistical matter, if you have not yet given your slides to Miura-san for your presentation this afternoon or tomorrow in the plenary session, please give it to him soon, so this does not happen.
If I missed this talk, probably you will miss to eat ryugu vegetable at the banquet tonight, right? I'm sorry for delay of my talk. Can you turn on? Okay.
Voila. Success.
Okay, great, thank you. But this is the old previous version. Therefore, probably I will have some problem. But anyway, so I'm going to start to talk about my work or proposal to cultivate some plant on the moon using composition of asteroid goo, which contain huge amount of amino acid and some other organic materials. Okay, oops, sorry. Okay, this is generally used the images for the human being to live on the moon. For example, important thing here this time, this is plant factory having many plant that should be eatable, and also this is the ideal ecosystem to maintain the humanity on the moon. However, can you turn off it too light? We need hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen are indispensable for life. This is right. Then, how about origin of and formation of the moon? The moon was formed by the collision of a Martian-sized planet at around 4.5 billion years ago. In this condition, the temperature is extremely high and maybe more than 2,000 degrees C. Therefore, most of the volatiles should be disappeared or evaporated into the space to form the moon. And the actual measurement composition like this, most enriched SiO2, aluminum, iron, blah, blah, blah. But we cannot, show the organic material C and N and H in this table. So no water, no carbon, no nitrogen. Therefore, no life available. Then I found a very interesting paper last year. This is very interesting. The people, the authors, proposed many times to the NASA for 11 years to gain the actual sample of solar soil, right, collected by Apollo 11, 12, and 17. Then they used those regolith for seeds, okay? Then put and supply the nutrient with water every day. Because this is the actual result of that experiment. And this is control of terrestrial material. These are Apollo 11, 12, and 17. Then all the seeds were open, and then the germination was successful. But after the 2 weeks, these regolith plant that start to die. Then within 3 weeks, all the Martian plant disappeared. So therefore, okay, it is very difficult for the plant growth on the moon, even with the presence of water and fertilizer, nutrient. Okay. When I read these papers and some others and learned many things, then I was miserable. Is it feasible to establish a free ISRU-based village of 1,000 people on the moon in the future? Maybe difficult, I thought. So probably hopeless. Or hopeful endeavor? I would say, of course, full of hope because of Aster Ryugu, if we can use. Then, what is the unique composition of Aster Ryugu? Ryugu contains a huge amount of water and carbon, nitrogen. How about in the case of water, how about 42 million tons of water available from the entire Aster Ryugu, which is corresponding to the 100 years worth to the 1,000 people, okay? Without any recycling. If we recycle 99%, okay, 500,000 years available. Then how about carbon? 18 million tons available, equivalent to the approximately 1 million houses, okay? Well, in addition, the Ryugu contains a large amount of plant nutrient, amino acid, soluble nitrogen-containing organic matter, insoluble organic matter, okay? And the last year or 2 years ago, the Chinese, rover found 2-meter size craters, which was formed by the impact of carbonate meteorite. So therefore, we can expect there's some, resources still already, preserved on the surface of Mars. So there's such, carbonate condor-like composition. How about these, asteroid? These are all near-Earth asteroid. This is, Dimorphos, Ryugu, Ben, and Itokawa. We human being touched. Okay, these are from this, near-Earth asteroid orbit. And also all the meteorite came through the, near-Earth orbiting. Okay, then how about at the time? Well, at this time, about 32, more than 32 near-Earth asteroids found, and 97% are C-type asteroid. Okay. So how about the size? Size is about this is Ryugu, and okay, I'm sorry. Okay, how about 2028? Near Earth Object Surveyor will be launched. Then this will help to find the many tiny and black and dark asteroid in the near Earth orbiting system. This is for the planetary detection. But instead, I want to use this. Okay, that we will be able to select the suitable C-type asteroid, all right? And also composition size and the timing. Then, therefore, if the instance utilization on the moon with C-type asteroid, that could be possible if we can redirect the orbit of some important, useful, tiny asteroid onto the moon. Then, this can be a supplier of water, carbon, nitrogen, and amino acid. Okay, then contribute to the ISRU on the moon and Mars. And then I briefly explain about the, how about characteristics of Ryugu samples. Okay, actually, basically black. They're very fragile. Okay, and the mineral aggregates is here and there. Very light as well. Okay, this is SEM, imaging. Surprisingly you can see the relatively large size of organic matter. This is insoluble organic matter, but also this type of organic matter, distributed ubiquitously entire in samples down to the sub-nanometer level. Okay? Then interestingly here, the beautiful, euhedral, this is magnetite with some forming some clusters. The scale is only, this is 1 micron. How to form them? We need water and fluid and refrozen the fluid, melting. Okay? How about we describe very in detail for 16 samples the mineral assemblages, and most of the sample, occupied by phyllosilicate, which contain huge amount of water, and also organic matter, okay, 90%. Then some other silicate and oxide and sulfide. So we know the distribution and the content and the mineral phases in Ryugu. And these are very most important, characteristics. Okay, this is Raman spectroscopy for G-band, and you can see the ubiquitous distribution, the insoluble organic matter, huge. Okay, how about this one? This is nitrogen-enriched organic matter with a special resolution, about 10 micrometers. You can see there are many different types of organic matter in it. And these are most interesting thing, amino acid. We found the 23 amino acid. Of course, these are two essential amino acid and non-essential amino acids we found. They're a little large amount. Okay? Therefore, then we know now the abundances of silicate, oxide, sulfide, etc. Based on this, amino acid, nitrogen-rich, organic matter, these are all, water-soluble organic matter. Then put all based on our analysis to form Ryugu soil. Then put water. Of course, we have a recipe for the formation of Ryugu soil. Okay, then sowing, then growth and harvest. Okay, soon. Then this is my experiment at my office. So this is very Ryugu, westland size and room share with a relatively large amount of water. And this is very important. And the water that we put a lot of water relative to this, and then put this, then bubbling. Then growth rate becomes earlier. And after the communication with the Ryobi company people, then this is the Earth lattice line. Then Ryobi supplied us this is Ryugu vegetable line. How about this? This growth. This is growth. This is This is about 5 centimeters. All right. Then this is final. Ryugu salad available for offering art. This banquet tonight. If you come, when you come, we will serve you the Ryugu vegetable. That's it. Sorry. Sorry for wasting time.
Thank you very much for the promise. The question is, what kind of dressing? Yeah, balsamical. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
More than 100. I have to think about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we are a little pressed for time, but we're still in good shape. So our next presentation will be Eric Zhang from Dora Hacks concerning now something as important as eating. It has to do with being able to trade with transactions. So hopefully we come up more quickly. And if I could ask a favor of the next 3 speakers, we have 3 more speakers this afternoon. I know the plan was for you to have each to have 15 minutes, but if I could please ask you to try to finish in 14 minutes. So just a little bit, just a little skim, and then we finish on time. Maybe. I think one of the advantages of old guys, I'm an old guy, is we are afraid of technology, so we always do things ahead of time. But the young guys are very confident. Okay, very good. Please.
Body. Hey everyone, it's my great honor to be here. So today I think I will be talking about something very different with a funny name, but so it's a combination of existing work and some ongoing thought experiment. Just before I enter my talk, there are 2 slides from my colleague. As you probably know from the exhibition from my colleague, we are Dora Hacks. We are one of the most active hackathon communities and hackathon platforms in the world. So there are 2 ongoing events that are related to space technology. The first event is a Starship use case hackathon. It's probably the first ever Starship hackathon. So we shared about 20 use cases of potential like things you can do with the capability from Starship. Even before the Starship is successful, but we think it's important to think about the use cases. And the second one is what we call a mini grant. It's a space resource and exploration grant. Currently, we are providing a small amount of funding for very early stage teams that want to have proof of concept of their project. So back to my talk. So today, actually, I'll be talking about computation in space. And in particular, I will be talking about computational satellites and how you can use them to accomplish some interesting things. And why computation in space? There are some desirable features the space orbits offer if we use computational satellites to perform computation. So the first property we're interested in is isolation. So it's a completely physically isolated satellite. So the satellite will be tamper-proof. And secondly, it's security. That means launching a computational satellite into space is much cheaper than grabbing one. So even if you want to use some laser system or other kind of things to destroy a satellite, it's much more expensive than launching one. And thirdly, a satellite can naturally broadcast. So this is something Earth system cannot provide. So if you have a communication system on Earth, often you can get intercepted or jammed, but a satellite can naturally broadcast. So based on that, there are three use cases we can think of. The first, so I will be sharing today. So the first thing is cryptographic computation in orbit. This is something we have been doing right now. And the second thing is a testation for Earth's financial systems. And the third thing is we can build up space-native transaction settlement in space. So just want to quickly mention that this is the joint research effort between Dora Factory and CryptoSat. So Dora Factory is our protocol and infrastructure builder. It's currently we're one of the fastest growing blockchain validator provider in the space. And we are funding open source ventures across 40 blockchain ecosystems. So at CryptoSat, it's our portfolio company. It can rapidly develop and launch small satellites. So over the past 16 or 18 months, it has been launching 3 satellites into space, and all of them are functioning well with the SpaceX transporter missions. So the first thing we thought about was use a single satellite to perform cryptographic computation in space. And a post I made earlier last year was to perform ZK Snark trusted setup in space. So as you probably know, that zero knowledge proof is a useful cryptographic primitive that can be used in many applications. And but several versions of zero knowledge proof requires trusted setup. So it's a process that you have to perform before you can use the primitive. But the output of the trusted setup has to be secure. So the idea initially was to do that in Earth orbit, so that the output of the process is completely isolated and nobody can access that. So in 2022, in December of 2022, we worked with the International Space Station, and we performed an experiment on the ISS. It's the first ever ZK Snark trusted setup in space. It was successful. So following that, the Ethereum Foundation used the Crypto2 satellite to make a randomness contribution in space to the KZG ceremony. It's another trusted setup ceremony performed by the Ethereum community earlier this year. So this is basically what a single computational satellite could do. But what if we use a constellation of satellites? So one thing we can think about is to do a testation in space. So imagine you have a blockchain. So because this is a space conference, I will just briefly go through what is blockchain. So it's basically a very simple structure. It's a temporally serial database for financial transactions. So each block contains the previous block's hash and a nonce, a timestamp, and a Merkle root which is a digest of the transactions in a block organized in a Merkle tree. So, so currently there is about like 1.7 trillion dollars assets market cap in the space, and if we exclude the Bitcoin nodes, there is around $150 billion US staked into proof of stake validators, and there is a trend that moves from large monolithic blockchains to lightweight application chains. So, so what we can do is that if we have a computational satellite constellation, we can use the constellation to attest for the individual blockchains. So in a world of application-driven blockchains, the constellation can validate each blockchain in space. So therefore make this blockchain more trustworthy without adding a huge amount of validators that could be wasting a lot of energy and increasing cost. So what happens here is, imagine that you have a bunch of blockchains, and each of the blockchain can, from time to time, submit its cryptographic attestation to a constellation of satellites. So, so the next idea is that we can use a similar approach to build a particular blockchain in space that settles transactions. So this is described in a recent paper called Bounce Protocol. So Bounce Protocol is a research collaboration between the CryptoSat team and researchers from Stanford and NYU. So what Bounce Protocol is doing is that you divide the timeline into time slots, and you design the constellation so that you can use a minimum number of satellites, so that each satellite, so for each time slot, there is one satellite pass through the ground station. And you can use that satellite to send transactions and form a particular blockchain. But there are limitations of Bounce Protocol. So first, the satellites are only acting as a sending infrastructure. There is only one satellite working at one particular time, and there needs to be a terrestrial network syncing all of the transactions. And so if you have space-oriented transactions, so for example, if you have moon economy in the future, the transaction has to route through the ground infrastructures. So probably we should think about a more space-native settlement layer in space, both for Earth and Mars and the Moon. So here we have a comparison from our team about building an AWS ground station like terrestrial ground station system versus adding direct communication capability to the satellites. In general, it's doable, but there are a few challenges. So first of all, we have to think about the orbit design. So in terms of orbit design, the ideal orbit of the constellation will be above the equator. Then we can put up a little bit more than a dozen of ground stations around the equator and have 90% of coverage. Even if we assume that a satellite can only see a ground station within a 1,500 kilometer distance, we can still achieve 80% of coverage. But in reality, that could be challenging because putting up such a constellation could be costly. So most likely we'll have a constellation with non-zero inclination. So if we have that, the orbit might not repeat. And then we'll have to think about what is the optimal constellation. And the next thing is the consensus protocol. So on terrestrial networks, by default, we'll use Byzantine fault tolerance protocols. And around 6 or 7 years ago, there was a research effort called Honey Badger BFT that lifted the timeout assumptions. But if we imagine a satellite constellation, we have to further assume that the network is not fully connected because not all satellites can talk to each other. So in order to test out the system before we actually have a real constellation, so together with CryptoSat, we built a FlightSat system. It's currently located in a laboratory in Palo Alto. So there are two aspects we want from this system. So one aspect is the protocol testing. So currently it's the 6-validator satellite hardware set running a real blockchain testnet. We also developed a Doge SDK. It's a modified version of Rust-based Cosmos SDK, a state-of-the-art developer kit for independent blockchain development. And we have a consensus protocol benchmarking tool. And on the other hand, we want developers to be able to deploy applications if they want. So the FlightSat is able to support application testing. So this is what we have right now. And there are some useful links. If you're interested in the details, you can follow the links. If you are a developer who wants to deploy something for proof of concept that is doable, and if you want to contribute to the research and engineering efforts, you're more than welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize we don't have time for a question, but I would urge you to get in touch with Zhang-san after the session. So now something completely different. Nakajima-san from Daimon on the world's smallest rover. And please, 13 minutes.
13 minutes, I understand.
Ju-san.
Including mic test. Okay, my name is Shinichiro Nakajima, CEO of Daimon, and Daimon Company is developing lunar rovers. And today the title is the world's smallest lunar rover, and I think it's better to listen, better to see than listen. And I have the real one here, and this is the one. And it is not just a black box. It is case, and the case is fixed to the lunar lander. And inside, the rover is inside, like this. And once open, then this drop and touch the moon. This is our lunar rovers. And actually, developing rover is important, but actually, development of the case is more important. Because please imagine from the lander, which is our negotiation partners, viewpoint is don't move. So, but we are opposite. We want to move and we want to open. But the lander team just saying, don't open, never open, do nothing. So it is very hard negotiation. So, and I explain. So, and anyway, it's coming soon because we contracted, actually 2 contracts with CRIPS team, and one is Intel Machines. And as many of you knows, they are announcing they will go to the moon next year, next January, but we are not. We are going to the moon, their second mission. It means, as I follow to they announce, early next year. Yeah. So anyway, early next year, we go to the moon with Intel Machines Nova C at the south pole of the moon. And also we have another contract with Astrobotic. And maybe we go to the moon, also everybody knows Astrobotic also announced the next month they go to the moon, but again, we are not. We are going to the moon next mission of Astrobotic. It means after next year. And I just want to explain the feature of Yaoki, our lunar rover Yaoki. It's very small and lightweight. We believe it's very strong point to doing an activity on the moon with many rovers than one big one. For instance, if we want to make a map of the moon, with many rovers is better than one. And very simply speaking, very cheap. Because its cost, transportation cost is $1 million per 1 kilogram, so huge. And next feature is can be run anywhere. So simply speaking, it's sphere. So sphere shape doesn't mind it stands or it drops. And also, this Yaoki is very strong. When we tested to touch the drone and dropped from the height of the 100 meters, still it works. And also, as I show you, this case, the point is the Yaoki can drop to the moon only one shot. So this case is tied by the wire, and the wire will be cut by heat. So just it. So just one sequence, then can drop. So very easy. So this is a scene just before touch to the moon, like this. And we have the 2 purposes what we do on the moon. One is resource research, so resource exploration. Of course, it is ice. And we now realizing the low angle photo is very good for finding the ice, because ice is always under the shadow area. And the low angle is very good to take the photo of the shadow. And also, we are very aggressively planning to make a cave exploration. And this would be possible with multiple rovers. For instance, one is go into the cave, and the other one is just beside the cave to make a communication. This is our milestone. So in the early next year, we will do the first mission. But this is prohibits the charging system. So we have to use only inner battery, so few hours only. And so we are planning next mission with wireless charging to make a longer life. But this time, maybe we are supposing so daytimes heat will break the electric systems. And so we are planning third mission with shelter to protect from the heat, so high temperature. Then we can assume this rover can be activities can be live few months. After that, the post-mission with 100 units robots, this is the timing. The Artemis 3 and the human will arrive on the moon again. And this time we are believing the robot with human, the collaboration. So this timing, maybe human realize the robot is not only machine, but also the partners. This is our dreams. And also we are dreaming, as shown on this page, when the 100 units of Yaoki will going to the moon, we are planning to open the operation system to everybody, everywhere. So it means we will create this era. Anyone, anytime, everywhere can travel to the moon. So not only operation, but can be travel by operating Yaoki as their avatar robot. And it's safe. So our catchphrase. So John F. Kennedy said, we choose to go to the moon. So then we are saying, we choose to touch the moon with these partners. Thank you very much. $14 minutes?
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. And our final talk for this plenary session, and after the plenary session we break and go to the separate breakout sessions. Our final talk this morning, thank you so much, is Mori-san from Warp Space concerning optical data transfer. Mori-san? Okay, good. Hold on, let me check. You have 14 minutes. Including setup. Actually, the rover was super fast. You have 15 minutes. I was very impressed. But if you can give us back a few minutes, it's a good thing, because for everyone who is not in the plenary, the breakout session in this room, you have to get to the other building where we had the lunch. And I'll just ask, where is Miura-san? Did he leave again? So, but there needs to be an announcement concerning where people are going. Okay. Okay. But there's, in the program, it says you will be in your new session in 5 minutes. I think it's very challenging. But I am lucky. I'm staying in this room, so.
Excuse me. While we're waiting, I'd like to remind you to pick up your Congress bag if you haven't picked it up. Please come to the registration desk.
Yeah, but we have very little time, because they only have 5 minutes to get to the other building. The schedule is very tight. I know. Maybe. Nope. speaker? We need.
Yeah, sorry, give us a second. All right.
Yeah. And we will not reconvene. Yeah, yeah. So one more item while we are preparing, and luckily this all comes out of the 14 minutes. So after the breakout sessions, we are not going to reconvene here. After the breakout sessions, you will be going directly to the banquet at the museum, and it will be outdoors. So we're going to have, do you want to make the announcement now?
Okay.
Please. Go ahead.
Okay, so banquet location is Ohara Museum, and you can find it on your brochure. And then there will be a special gallery tour before the banquet. If you want to attend the banquet tour, you be sure to be there at 5:45, and just bring your badge. And as John said, since we have more people than we expected, our banquet will be in the courtyard. So be sure to wear warm clothes. If you don't have a coat, please go back and get them.
From your hotel.
Okay.
Okay,
if he's ready.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the banquet properly starts at 1800, so 6 p.m. It's going to be outdoors because we are overly successful and have many people. But the banquet tour of the Ohara Museum starts at 15:45, or sorry, at 5:45. So 17:45. I'm sorry, I can't help it.
And be sure to take everything with you because this place will be closed.
And not
at
available.
night. Yeah, not available after the banquet time.
Okay.
So,
Is anything else?
I think we're okay, as long
Okay.
as people can get to the breakout
Yeah,
sessions
exactly,
safely.
exactly.
Here.
Yes. Yes.
The place you had the luncheon, you just go there and the people will tell you where to go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Are we ready yet?
Nearly, I think. How many minutes have I got now? 12?
No.
No, 11.
10.
10. Okay, I can do it 10. No worries. Right.
Exactly 10.
Exactly 10. Hold on.
Will we have, will we have people to direct traffic, people going to the other breakout sessions in the other building? At the for the luncheon, we had people with signs.
People may not be on the roadside, but I think Terada Sensei is somewhere, and Yamasuki Sensei, and they are the leader of these sessions. They should be able to take you.
Where will they be waiting?
I thought Terada Sensei should be back by now, but not yet.
Okay. I just asked, but not yet. They are not here at the moment. 9 minutes.
9 minutes. This one. All right.
Success.
All right, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone, for waiting.
Thank you for your wonderful talk.
No worries, I can do it in 9 minutes. How can I control the slides? Can I just ask you to turn the slide? Okay, sure. So thank you everyone for waiting. I think we spent 5 minutes dealing with my slide. Yeah, but I can skip a few slides. There are several, like complementary slides I can easily skip. So today I'm going to talk about laser communication for cislunar architecture. First I'm going to, can you go to the next page? I'm going to skip this one. So in short, I have like 8 Hertz, like warp space is one of them. Can you go to the next slide? So I'm going to talk about what warp space does as a main business. Then I'm going to talk about generally why optical communication could be advantageous over radio frequency. And the third bit, we actually do have some experience. We worked with JAXA for cislunar architecture. We're going to talk about the result of this desktop study. On the next page, please. So this is basically our company profile. We do have 3 branches, including the headquarters in Japan. I'm a group chief strategy officer, and I'm also a CEO in US office, which is located in Washington, DC. And we recently opened up the European office in Germany, which is more engineering inclined. And we do have several experienced engineers from European space agencies. For example, like he worked for ESA and EUMETSAT for 20, 30 years. He also worked for like ESA as well. And we do have several former director of JAXA, Hamazaki-san. Some of you are from JAXA, so you probably remember him. He was a project manager of GOSAT, and also Todome-san was a project manager of a successful demonstration, like inter-satellite optical link demonstration 15 years ago. So we do have heritage in a way. Next page, please. And we got several awards from several US or Japanese institutions, including Stanford University, Biocert, and basically I talked at most of the major space conferences in last year and this year. Next page, please. And this is what we do as a business. We're going to put relay satellite in medium mass orbit, which is above 2,000 kilometers. We do provide relay service for Earth observation operator in low Earth orbit, so that they can, our clients can get big data in low latency compared with the existing architecture. This is basically the overview of our solution. We're going to launch 3 satellites by the end of 2026. Once those satellites are up there, our clients should be able to downlink the data in 15, 20 minutes instead of hours or days. Some people still wait for like days or weeks in order to get the satellite imagery because of dynamics and also the sampling frequency and etc. And the point is not just latency, but data rate is relatively higher. We start with 1 gigabit per second because there's constraint with atmospheric disturbance for laser communication as well. But we do plan to realize data rate of like 10 gigabit or in the future like 100 gigabit as well. And we do use also RF link from medium mass orbit to ground because I'm going to explain in detail later, but atmosphere is kind of issue. Next page, please. So this is our business model. We do work with Earth observation operators. Those are not like clients, but some of them are already, but the prospect clients we are talking with. In short, they use our service, then we charge them. So when they want real-time data, they ask us, we provide a relay service. And our suppliers are here. It's global usually, like US, Europe, and we do work with several Japanese companies as well. Next page, please. I'm gonna skip this page. So next one. Right. Then the advantage of optical communication over RF, generally speaking, not just for our service. There are like 4 advantages over RF and 1 disadvantage over RF. One of them is data rate, obviously. Currently, if you are into telecom sector, you probably know that probably Ka band or QV band, those are probably the highest data rate of RF comulink. They could probably do several gigabit. If they use several different modes, they could do maybe 5 gigabit, potentially 10 gigabit, but that's probably the end of the line. It's magnetism is there. It's just raw physics. Optical communication is simply like 100 times faster because of frequency and wavelengths. And in terms of the swap of terminal, it usually smaller and lighter, which is definitely advantageous. People want smaller terminal for any cases. And license, as you probably know, in order to operate satellite, if you're using RF, you have to coordinate with designated department. In Japan, Ministry of Communication, MIC. In the US, FCC. It takes time sometimes, and some frequency you cannot coordinate at all. Optical communication, it's not required, so it's advantageous. And cyber attack risk, since optical communication is basically point-to-point laser communication, unlike RF, it's physically more difficult to intercept or jam. So if you are carrying a highly secure data, it's better to use laser communication. But one problem is atmosphere. Since it's basically like a near infrared, it's sometimes difficult to go through the atmosphere. So from space to ground communication, laser communication needs some additional technology to overcome the disturbance. That's I'm going to talk a little bit more later. Next page. How many minutes have I got more? 5? This is basically the future of optical communication. We are currently around here. 3. Okay, I'm going to accelerate. We are currently around here. We work with sub-observation, but in the future, optical communication actually have many advantages for cislunar communication or basically long-distance communication. The data loss per distance is much less compared to RF because this point-to-point characteristic. And if we use certain modulation called pulse position modulation, we can also communicate with Mars, theoretically speaking. Next page. So this is what I talked about. We are talking about here today. Yeah, and this is the future. I'm not going to talk about it today. Next page. Yeah, this is what I mentioned in the beginning. We work with JAXA since 2019. We started with desktop study. We did some analysis. And I'm going to explain more about the result. Next page, please. Next page. So a lot of words. In short, it's like a step-by-step scenario could be considered for cislunar communication utilizing optical communication. Probably around 2035, there are several ways of constructing a relay architecture. We considered several different modes. And we concluded that optimally, if we use elliptical lunar frozen orbit, we can maximize connectivity between Earth and the Moon. And can you go to the next page? This is more information. Can you go to the next page? So this is what we did mostly in 2019. As you know, for Artemis plan, people are considering South Pole, especially around 75 degrees and longitude is a area. We did analysis for connectivity level for those areas. We did in then, if we have 4 satellites in elliptical lunar frozen orbit, most of the users on the lunar surface can have a connectivity anytime, and also since we have 3 satellites in your visible range anytime, you can also do the positioning and navigation. If you have 3 satellites, you can do the navigation to some extent. Yeah. Ideally, you should have 4 satellites in your visible view, but 3 is kind of minimum valuable product, I would say. Next page. And we also did some analysis, also cited like NASA as well. We considered the possibility of telecom tower on the edge of lunar crater. For single crater, 2 tower is kind of it's minimally required in order to cover them, but it's also depending on the geometry of the crater. If the crater is kind of shallow and wide-shaped, if you put the telecom tower on the bottom, it actually covers the whole area, as long as you can connect the telecom tower physically with the fiber optics, etc. Next page. Yeah, this is also the conclusion. In short, it's better to put telecom tower on the edge of the crater because of those characteristics. But there's a cons. Unstable ground is a big issue, as most of you are aware, which some of the players here in the whole are dealing with. So that's basically it. I skipped many features. But if you have any questions, please come to me, and then I'm happy to answer. Yeah. And if it's too technical, our CTO will answer. Right. Thank you very much.
I believe your company has the wrong name. It should be Warp Speed.
Right, yeah. I'm not the one who named it, so yeah. It began with some other business, so yeah, we should maybe change the name of the company. Yeah, good idea.
どうもありがとうございました。
どういたしまして。
So this concludes this plenary session. Here, just to the side, is your guide to the other building.
Yeah, room B and room C.
Room B and room C. So if you are going to those breakout sessions this afternoon, starting in 2 minutes, it's a joke, but that is what the schedule says. Please follow your name? Terada-san. Please follow him. Thank you so much for your participation, and see you this evening at the banquet, if you are going to the other rooms.
Okay, everyone. We'll try and start as soon as we can on the architecture session. So for anybody that's is going to the other sessions, please follow the tour guides. And we try to keep as close as we can to the 15 minutes if we can, because we're stuck for time. So I think we're ready to go with the first talk. The first talk we have is from Sensei Takata. The talk is on electrochemical extraction of metals and oxygen from the lunar regolith. So I give you the floor, and I ask you to keep it to the 15 minutes. We have a tight schedule ahead.
Good evening, everyone, and I'm Seiya Tanaka from Dosha University. My research topic is about extraction of metals and oxygen from lunar regolith. And based on the view of ISRU, we have been researching such a technique for operation on the moon. And by consuming electricity, By consuming electricity, we can make oxygen and metal from regolith by using this technique. Today, I'd like to show you about these days' experimental progress in my research. Yeah, come on. Okay. At first, I talk about backgrounds. And we have been proposing a view of lunar surface exploration using the regolith. By using at first, we conduct the mining of regolith like this one. And after that,
by using molten salt electrolysis, this topic, we can obtain enormous amounts and the various metal like the silicon, iron, and the titanium, and the aluminum, and also we can make the oxygen from lunar regolith. The obtained metals and oxygen can be used various ways, like also we can use rocket fuels, building material, and the solar panel. And also, if we have hydrogen on the moon, we can make water by using oxygen and hydrogen. So this is our idea view for the ISRU using this technique. By using that, we can also encourage lunar exploration by using a solar panel and by building material. We can make enormous amount of electricity and we can encourage its exploration more and more. Then, also, then I'd like to talk about what is molten salt electrolysis. Molten salt electrolysis is composed of, its setup is really simple. It is composed with molten salt and also the two electrodes, cathode and anodes. And the molten salt is such a chlorides and the fluorides, and the temperature is about 600 degrees or 1000 degrees. It is high enough for melting the molten salt. And its molten salt electrolysis process is divided into two steps. One is the dissolution of regolith into molten salts, and also the second one is the electrolysis using two electrodes. And the metal oxide, like the lunar regolith, is dissolved into molten salts. And the metal oxide is divided into metal ion and the oxide ion, like this one. And after that, by applying the voltage between two electrodes, we can cause such a chemical reaction. At the cathode, metal ions become the metal, and also the anodes, at the anodes, oxide ion becomes the oxygen. So by using such a technology, we can obtain various metals and oxygen from lunar regolith. So from next slide, I show you the experimental results at each electrode, cathode and anodes. At first, I show you the cathode results. At first, we conducted some experiment of the metal extraction from pure oxides, not the composite one. From silicon oxide, from titanium, from that we can make silicon and titanium. So we conducted such experiments. We add the silicon oxides and the titanium oxide into molten salt, and we conducted the electrolysis. The temperature is about 600 degrees. And also, I show you the results. As you can see, this is the result of silicon, and this is the result of titanium. As you can see, the silicon was adhered to the edge substrate, and also the titanium is produced like that. At the black area is titanium. So by using the electrolysis process, we can make such a metal from the pure oxides. But we succeeded to make such metals from like that. However, there's one question I think you have, and is it possible to extract one metal from composite oxide, not the pure one? So like the composite of the silicon, iron, aluminum, titanium, is it possible to choose only one metal from these metal oxides? The answer is yes. By applying proper electron potential, we can make a single metal from such a composite one, because gives free energy for metal extraction is unique to each metal. So by using such an equation, we can know the potential, electron potential for silicon or some metal extraction. Like the silicon is 1.7 about that. So by using that, by considering that, we conducted the molten salt electrolysis using from the regolith simulant. We added the regolith simulant into the molten salt, and we conducted electrolysis for silicon extraction. So we set the cathodic potential to the 1.7 volt for silicon extraction. And result shows, this is the XRD analysis result. So this result shows silicon was actually there is a silicon on the cathode. This result shows. Also, you can find some silicon and the composite metal of the nickel and the silicon, but the nickel and the silicon is just the composite of the nickel plate, the cathode, and the silicon. So it is okay. So as you can see, so we already demonstrated that we can obtain object material from regolith directly without the mineral processing of the regolith. That is really strong points of this method. From here, I show you about the anode research progress. And the anode called the oxygen evolution from the oxide ions. And its difficulty is its corrosion, like this one. Like by using in the molten salt electrolysis, anode is easily cause the corrosion, such a corrosion. So it causes some problem for the long time electrolysis. It is by using such a anode, that is the molten salt electrolysis on the moon is not ideal. So we need to make anodes without corrosion during the electrolysis process. It is called the inert anodes. And also the electrolysis process is high temperature, like the 600 degrees and or moreover. And also there's the oxygen ambient, so it is the environment is really high reactivity. So the conditions for inert anodes is good resistance to molten salt and produce oxygen. And moreover, it is used for the anode, so we need high electrical conductivity. So we need the inert anode should meet with such both of these conditions. It's really tough. So we have choose the material for the conductive oxide. The conductive oxide is oxide with high electrical conductivity. So because of its, this is made with oxide, so it has a good resistance to produce oxygen, and also the conduct. So it is conductive, so it should fill with such conditions. So and in the conductive oxide, we choose lanthanum, strontium, cobalt oxide because it has a really significant electrical conductivity comparable with metals. So it has a really high conductivity. So we choose this one for anode material. And so we conducted oxygen evolution electrolysis in this experiment. Then this is the schematic. So, for the oxide ion sources, the calcium oxide was added into the molten salt. And also the potential is set for the oxygen evolution range, like the 3.0 voltage. And we input the, we apply the voltage between the anode and cathode, and we check the oxygen evolution from this anode. And this is like the during electrolysis, it causes some gas evolution like this one. And also after that, we check the, we measure the oxygen concentration of gas for detecting the oxygen. We need to, because we need to check whether the oxygen evolution is conducted or not. Then this is the measured oxygen concentration in the cell with the time. As you can see, the red line shows the oxygen concentration in the cell. And as you can see, with the electrolysis process, the oxygen concentration is increased monotonically. So this result indicates the oxygen concentration is conducted in the cell. And also we calculated the current efficiency. Current efficiency means the ratio of the consumed to the oxygen evolution to the input current. And it shows about 70 or 90%. So almost most of the input current was consumed in oxygen evolution. So that is really good result. Then that is a really important point. So we check whether the anode corrosion was caused or not. That is an important point for the anode developments. But as you can see, this is a before and this is after, and this one is immersed in the salt. But as you can see, there is no such a large corrosion. Moreover, we conducted the chemical analysis of the anode. And as you can see, this is a before one, and this is after one. And of course, before electrolysis, there is only one phase of the lanthanum strontium cobalt oxide. But as you can see, after electrolysis, the lattice structure is kept. So this result indicates the LCO anode was not changed chemically by the electrolysis process. So this result indicates the lanthanum strontium cobalt oxide can be inert anode material. And also, this is just an estimation in the oxygen production for one human. I'd like to show you some rough estimation for the oxygen evolution. By using the solar energy, solar power, or like that, by using such electricity, we conducted the molten salt electrolysis for oxygen evolution, and we can breathe the oxygen on the moon. For one human, oxygen requirement is about like this one per day, about 800 grams per day. So by applying the experimental data into such experimental condition, we can calculate how much power is need for such a production of oxygen, and the result shows about 400 watt or like that. Also, we need more energy for heating, and also this calculation does not consider the loss. So that is just a rough estimation, but for one human, about 400 watt is needed for producing the oxygen. Yes, also we can gain aluminum, like the aluminum or metal with this chemical reaction. And okay, this is the conclusion, but I think time is really, now it's already 44, so I finish my presentation. Thank you for attention. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Sincere. A very interesting talk. If there's any questions from the audience, maybe we have time for one question. With respect to the extraction that you had for the metal and the silicon extraction, how much were you able to extract physically?
You mean the total mass? Or
Yes.
like that? Yes. I think this side is really good. Like also in the previous experiments, it was conducted about 1 hour, and the silicon mass was about 0.5 milligram or like that.
Okay. And
yes.
how much do you want to scale that up to have the efficiency that you talk with respect to the oxygen requirements here?
Like this one, this percentage. I think 100% is desired.
Is the ideal.
Yes.
Yes.
But yes. But I think 80 is really high, so it is usable in the moon experiment.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Katsushi Furutani from the Toyota Technology Institute, and the name of the talk is The End Effector for Machining of Rock with Saw Wire for Lunar and Planetary Exploration. So I leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Furutani from Toyota Technological Institute. Today, my talk today is End Effector for Machining of Rock with Saw Wire for Lunar and Planetary Explorations. My talk follows these contents. As you know, the recent years, lunar exploration is very actively planned. And because vertical holes and rubber tubes found by Dr. Haruyama is very good place for the habitable zone on the moon. So we must explore these places. In the first phase, we will expect an unmanned sample return mission. In this case, we cannot bring back to a lot of samples, so we must select the samples by the in situ analysis. In this case, we need a compact machining device and humanoid robot for the automated pre-process for the in situ analysis. And in the second phase, manned and robotic processes are also expected. In this case, also the robot and compact machine are needed for the safe exploration. And if we use these machines, we can focus on the more advanced tasks by the astronauts. So therefore, we are aiming at the development of compact wire sewing device as an end effector of robots. Previously, we have investigated the wire sewing machine for the preliminary explorations. We machine the rock samples in vacuum with a saw wire like this. This is a saw wire, and this core wire is a steel wire, and there is some diamond grit on the surface of the saw wire. When we cut the rock samples with this machine, we press the sample from the bottom to the saw wire, and we reciprocate the saw wire by turning the bobbins. And this is examples of wire sewing in vacuum. The sample is basalt rock. It is similar to the similar composition of the lunar ocean rock. And in this case, this graph shows the relationship between the cutting depth and number of reciprocations of saw wire. In air, the cutting depth is proportional to the reciprocations and number of reciprocations like this, but in vacuum, the depth was saturated about 1 millimeter. But we can solve these problems by applying the larger thrust force or vibrating the saw wire in the lateral direction. And let me consider the appropriate velocity of saw wire feeding. Of course, higher velocity make a big removal rate, but consumed power is also large. So we must consider the appropriate velocity. And there is two major equations. One is the Taylor's tool life equation. This equation represents the tool wear. M and C are constants. So if we cut the very high velocity, tool life will be short. And the second one is the Preston's equation. This equation represents the removal amount of the rock sample. And this equation shows the removal amount is proportional to the total thrust force and total feeding length of the saw wire. And this equation is independent of the concentration of abrasive and velocity of saw wire feeding. So the slower velocity is preferable for the long-time machining and low power consumptions. And after we consider the such equations and preliminary experiments, we designed and fabricated prototype. This is a prototype of the machine like this. This prototype has two bobbins for winding wire, and these bobbins are driven with two motors like this. And wire tension is measured with this load cell. Load cell is set back of this plate. And this is load cell for measurement of machining force. And this device weighs 700 grams and measures about 130 and 160 and 100 millimeters. So very compact rather than the prototype of this device. And this is a configuration of the control system of wire sewing device. As I mentioned, there is two bobbins, and these bobbins are driven with two motors. And this DC motor is output 3.2 watt. So this consuming power is very small. And rotation of this bobbin is detected with encoder embedded in the motors. And these motors are driven by the PWM. Its carrier frequency is 100 kilohertz and resolution is 8 bit. And output of encoder is detected as a digital input. And output of load cells are obtained by a 24-bit AD converter, and sampling frequency is 80 hertz. So this data is processed with a microcomputer, and a main host computer is on the robot with communicate by Wi-Fi communication. And this is a demonstration of lock machining. And this is the overall view of the device, and this is the expanded view of the machining area. In this case, we feed this compact device with manual screw feed stand like this. As you can see, the wire here and here. This wire is reciprocating like this. Maybe you cannot see diamond grain, but this wire cut like this, and you can see the debris like this. In this case, reciprocating velocity of wire is 50 millimeters per second, and tension was 1 Newton. And thrust force is also about 1 Newton in this case. And this is a concept of end effector attaching on a robot arm. If we use a robot arm to apply a thrust force continuously, robot arm consumes a very big power. So we should use the robot arm to keep the machining position and direction only. And this robot arm has back drivability, for example, using worm gears. And the effector always reciprocates the saw wire, as you mentioned, as you see. And we control the thrust force and tension control continuously. So we cut the lock with a small power. So finally, I'll summarize my talk. In this presentation, I propose a prototype of the compact wire sewing device for lunar and planetary explorations. And it was designed as an end effector attaching on a robot arm. From the viewpoint of the tool life and power consumption, it is desirable that so wire feeding the velocities as slow as allowable machining time. And machining of lock was demonstrated with a wire sewing device under tension control. For future work, tension and thrust force will be simultaneously controlled. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. I have one obvious question. You have a lot of rotating mechanisms here,
yes.
And you're dealing with the lunar environment. How do you counteract the effect of the dust and the small particles with respect to mechanisms and the operation of the tool?
As you can see, the dust is not spread. So we don't need any shield for the motors. But sometimes electrostatic force is a problem. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And with respect to the longevity and the operation of the wire, what is the maximum operating time you have for that? How do you deal with repair, or how do you deal if it breaks?
Cutting speed is very slow. So maybe 10 millimeter, 1 hour for the 10 millimeter, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So the next talk we have is by Tatsuki Mitsugichi. Sorry for my pronunciations. Your talk is on towards a lunar architectural paradigm, tumbling modular construction.
Okay, this is entitled Towards a Lunar Architectural Paradigm, Transforming Modular Construction. So this is focused on construction in this title. By the way, construction is one of the part of architecture. So I want to emphasize today that architecture is a definition by gravity, and that the paradigm is adapted to gravity. So from the Apollo program to recent years lunar-based project, which Asia was space with configured by orthogonal space and orthogonal slabs and walls. So, as you know, I mentioned that Moon is a result of a coordination of three elements. So, spacecraft design and human factor design and life support design. So, but these fundamentally assume a lunar gravity of 1 period 6 meter square per second square gravity. So, gravity defines many conditions, many engineering uses in architecture. So, this means that a paradigm of architecture in lunar gravity may emerge. From there, I would replace in this how. These design strategies will help us. So, one 3D multi-directional specialty. This was the behavior of astronauts in Apollo program on lunar surface. If the way they walked and moved through the moon changes, the concept of footing would also change. So a space structure can now be built more diversity and adaptively by controlling variation and aggregation of their modular geometry. So this also brings new concept to building construction method. And cyclic module usage. Modules are more cyclical and operational when reconfigured. On Earth, architecture is static and site additional. But on the Moon, it became dynamic and site independent. So to begin with, let's reconsider the module shape geometry. Modules are not cylindrical and orthogonal configuration. It is better to have a large number of faces so that it can move multi-directional directions and maximize the docking patterns. The ease of movement is also determined from the geometric approximation to sphere. Based on this comparison, the truncated octahedra is adopted. The cylindrical module is effectively operated like a cube. In contrast, the truncated octahedra is more multi-directional and has no absolute vertical orientation. So this shape fits in manner with the my design strategies. So the geometry of the architecture determines the positive orientation for architectural space. So it is also determined by a behavior of human in it. Initially, we designed Zillmant modules. So it is made by truncated octahedra. The module adapts to environment in three-dimensional in a lunar gravitational manner. I'll explain about specification issues. So, so bringing in two or three people habitation in this module. It is as referred to a lunar habitation strategy by NASA. And a life support system are incorporated with modules. It is bringing in air, food, and water resources in 120 days. And the wall thickness was determined from pressurized space and micrometerized protection to these specifications. So the modules are deployed on-site using an inflatable structure. So interior equipment is also deployed in parallel with the shell. So this is section. The module's interior can be moved by jumping and skipping or hopping. So the module move and join configuration geometry in controlled manner by rotation of rotational connector. I named this construction method transforming modular construction. So it is TMC. So the 8-way connector in one module allows the configuration geometry to transform 3-dimensionally. So I'm showing how to transmission for their modules. Minimum configuration, it calls SWAM. It's made by 4 or 5 modules. So they transform variously based on their geometry, and each swarm execute following mechanism. Target capture. In this phase, the swarm locate to target, and rotating connector determine rotational angle and connectors. And move to target, rotate the target by changing geometry and move. And specially configuration. In this phase, update the geometry of group while maintaining the coupling of pressurized space. This method is based on reinforcement learning. The module continues to work against the environment as an agent. Given a certain policy, the agent will continue to update its action on environment in order to obtain more rewards for it. So self-determined redundant construction of module is ultimate aim of this TMC. So, and simulations were run based on lunar gravity color environment and friction environment and non-air resistance environment. So this is a reward design of reinforcement learning. So initially, the speed of movement is set and rewards are issued according to proximity to it. So in next phase, direction of movement is determined and the congruence to it is assessed. And the module in contact with, touching with the ground then rotates. And the future, the distance moving from the point of origin, the greater the rewards. And this is the result of TMC simulation. I'm showing how to movement. So in this way, the module moved in tumbling manner. So which are self-electing, executing self-elect. So I will talk about future work. So this about model is built in future. Currently, the module behaves as a single agent with 5 modules. This algorithm should be updated. Specifically, the state of module is recorded and updated in each module. So the decision in increase or decrease the number of configured is also based on self-recognition or determination. what we have discussed so far is only a first step. So it is necessary to create a model in which each swarm processes and adapts information to create larger swarm. So this video showing the process of swarms docking together to form a colony 100 modules. So which can be usable more than 70 people in this laboratory. So, so these swarms connect via top to bottom of laboratory in pressurized space. Which are configured by 100 modules. Recall that the Gilmant module and TMC construction method are vernacular in lunar gravity. So environments and which are easy to simulation. So because lunar environments vacuum conditions of the moon give Gilmant module an advantage over the Earth in construction model, simulation models. So Gilmant module is transported to Moon with simulation on board module with the aim of modifying its algorithm through the field operations. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Yes. Quick question from my side. Is the 100 the maximum limit that you can go to with respect to the upscale of what you're developing?
I'm not seeking.
So you have here 100 modules?
Yes.
Yes.
Which are you hearing how to construction, right? So,
yes.
Yes. Which module are climbing and hanging down in a side of laboratory?
So you can increase that further. You can increase the number further than that with the modeling.
Christian?
You can increase the number of modules more than the 100. You can bring that if you want to have increased transfer or increased people or crew. You can increase that.
Habitation
Yes.
crews number of crews.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It is. I'm not identified that, but about 70 people using about during about one year. So. And which function is cyclic under cyclical rule.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. So the next speaker here is Patrick Collins from the Astrom company, and his talk is on the Greater Earth Lunar Power Station. So I leave the floor to you, Patrick.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I am speaking, in fact, for this company, Astrostrom. So let me just introduce that. Astrostrom, and the head of Astrostrom is Arthur Woods, who is the chairman of the cultural committee, subcommittee of MVA. But he's in Switzerland and I'm in Japan, so I'm making the presentation for him. And this started about 2 or 3 years ago when he received a study contract from ESA to investigate the feasibility of building components for solar power satellites on the surface of the moon. And the particular step was to design a roughly 1 megawatt solar power satellite for supply to the moon, using as much as possible materials from the moon to make the components. And then by doing that, you've created a little industrial base which can make SPS components, which can then, if SPSs, solar power satellites, are being used for supplying electricity to Earth, you've then got a potential market for this. And the reason is obvious. The reason why ESA gave such a contract is because, as you probably know, Europe is in a very serious crisis. The EU has a plan for no coal, no oil, no gas, and no uranium, and the main gas pipeline to Europe has been blown up. So they're very concerned indeed about where the energy is going to come from in the near future. And as you probably know, solar power satellites, the idea has been around for a very long time. I did my PhD on the economics of SPS. I got it in 1985. I had no idea it would take 40 years before anyone would even demonstrate with a small satellite, but we're getting there now. There are China, America, Europe, and Japan have all got plans for small demonstrators. So it's getting much more promising than it was. And this is, you all know this, the huge use of energy in the world. And this has led to a huge, this is the life expectancy improvement. Everybody's standards of living goes up the more energy they use. Obviously, we should continue to make energy use as efficient as possible, but more and more clean energy is really very desirable. And the recent situation is that, okay, we should reduce the use of fossil fuels, and for various reasons. And they have already brought us to the space age, and so it seems a very logical development to use our space knowledge to develop other cleaner sources of energy. And as it puts at the bottom here, this energy crisis, particularly acute in Europe, is an amazing opportunity for SBSP. And you may know that ESA has now got a program called Solaris, which is looking into the feasibility of SPS, not specifically the lunar aspect, but it's now looking into it. And I'm sure you all know SPS is the delivery, have huge solar panels in space delivering energy down to the Earth. I have to go quite fast. There are several serious candidate designs being worked on at the moment for this. This is to deliver gigawatts of power from basically huge satellites down to the Earth. This is a Chinese one. This is John Mankin's the current design. This is a British design called Cassiopeia, and they're all 1 or 2 gigawatts or so in size. So these are very big satellites. They'll deliver huge amounts of power, of course, so that with reusable launch vehicles, they should be economic. And we've had this big breakthrough with reusable launch vehicles. This is absolutely essential for all future activities in space. Starship is getting there. The Chinese have redesigned their Long March 9 to be reusable, but it's going to take a few more years to get there. The key point here is that solar power satellites probably will mostly be put into geosynchronous orbit. And even these huge rockets can only deliver about 20 tons to geosynchronous orbit. So for even 1,000 tons, you need 50 launches. And so, the world energy market is thousands of gigawatts, So to be useful, we have to talk about hundreds of gigawatts, which means millions of tons launched to geostationary orbit, which is a very big potential problem, really. So these 3 different satellites need 400, 300, 200, 100 launches of these huge rockets for each gigawatt. And so, jumping on here, the Cassiopeia design here, which is 1.4 gigawatts, there's lots of information here, but the key thing is 54 SPSs. The current nominal thing is to do about 10% of European electricity supply a few decades from now, which needs about 70 gigawatts, is roughly round figures. And so that would be 54 of these Cassiopeias, which is 6,000 Starship launches. Well, the aviation industry does, huge numbers of flights of aircraft all the time. So one can't say it's impossible, but
there's still quite a big question about the impact on the environment, you know, particularly on the upper atmosphere, the ionosphere and so on, of injecting huge amounts of hot gases as you launch. So the launch capacity bottleneck and the environmental impact are significant problems for making a scenario where SPSs are used to supply hundreds of gigawatts. And so that's where the lunar aspect comes in. I'm afraid we don't have time for a video. On the ESA website, there is a video of this, but also on the astrostrom.ch, the website. There's lots of videos which were developed during this study of how it might be done. But the key idea is that by making components on the surface of the moon, as it has here, the lunar approach to SPS fabrication could reduce the amount of mass needed to be launched from Earth by 80% or more. Well, that would be really helpful if you're talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of tons. And so it could reduce the launch bottleneck, reduce the environmental impact, and hopefully, as you do it on a large scale, and because of the low energy needed to launch from the moon, should eventually become cheaper, and so reduce the costs. So why go to the moon? This is our current idea. There's this very famous saying, Arthur Woods is very fond of this saying, where Kraft Eric said, if God wanted man to become a spacefaring species, he would have given us a moon, which he has, and we do, and so we're going to. And there are lots of ideas for going to the moon, but speaking from the economic point of view, we want a source of exports from the moon. In order to do what we want on the moon, we need people to invest there. And to invest there, we have to offer them a promise of profits to repay their investment, and fair enough. So that means exports. And if we could export components from the moon to solar power satellites, this would be terrific, because electricity demand is vast and it's growing forever, so that it would be a real fantastic market to tap into. So during the study, various things were discussed, but just 3 examples of the technologies which we thought would be very, very helpful. Lunar space elevator. I'm sure you all know about space elevators, but the lunar space elevator is much, much easier than a terrestrial space elevator because of the low gravity, and it can be done with existing materials, no question. Whether it can be made, stable and cost-effective and generally a really useful transportation system. Well, I'll just jump to the next page. This is just some artists' impressions. But there's a company who's making their pitch that for $2 billion, they'll make a first lunar space elevator, just with a little thin cable. But that's how relatively easy it is. So this would be a very, very good step. And it would become a major, something like the Suez Canal of space, for mass transport between the Earth and the Moon. And then these MGL solar cells are made as little tiny crystals, each of which has a plus and a minus, and so are very, very simple to make compared to silicon solar cells and so on. Currently, the efficiency is about that of amorphous silicon, but this is a company in Germany which makes these solar cells, and this is the whole plant to making it. So you could put this into a container and land it on the surface of the moon and get into operation. You don't need water supplies and so on. For other things. And then here's another fascinating technology, basalt technology. I don't know how much you know about it, but basalt is melted and made into all sorts of structures, pipes and bricks and panels, but also fibers, basalt fibers. And here they make 180 kilometers an hour of basalt fibers, which are extremely strong and flexible and could be used to build up the space elevator. So the idea would be to have these modules, each of which is developed on Earth, delivered to the lunar surface and provide some of the functions. So making the solar panels, making the basalt casting, doing the basalt fiber, and so on. I'm afraid I have to rush on to get to the end. And so the business case is to do with this would be, I'll have to jump here. The pale blue line is the investment into clean energy these days. So in 1 year, about $1.7 trillion. So the thing to remember is the electricity industry, the energy industry, is about 100 times bigger than the space industry. For them, $10, $15 billion for a 1 gigawatt power station, that's ordinary, you know. So when we think, oh, well, an SPS would probably cost about 15 billion, you know, for the space agency, this is a very, very difficult number to deal with. But for the electricity industry, it's not a big deal once they believe it's possible. At the moment, they're just saying, well, show us one. They've been saying, show us one for 40 years. Show us a solar power satellite, and if it works, we'll buy one, you know. This is just about the economic, the sort of the industrial clusters you develop. But the basic thing is investment into the moon and SPS components come back. SPS components are in a market and could grow to a market, obviously, of billions and billions per year. The overall estimate for how much it would cost to get this set up is about 100 billion euros. Of that, 16 billion is for developing an SPS, so that probably is going to happen anyway. And another 10 billion, so for the reusable heavy lift launch vehicle, and those are already underway. And the rest, you know, these are very rough numbers, but they're not particularly out of order, you know, spent over 20 years from other large projects. And an idea that came up was this Greater Earth Energy Organization. I mean, a number of people who have spoken, you know, if we can get together groups from all over the world, from all the different countries which are keen on this. And as you know, the great thing is that Russia, China, and India are all just as keen as Japan, Europe, and America. So it could really, these things could be done, but they needs a great deal more development. So the key thing is to de-risk the initial investment. So I've only got a couple. So the idea is about $10 million to get the thing set up, 100 million a year for a couple of years, and then 10 billion a year or so for 20 years or so. And there you have the system. So the cislunar transportation system, lots of people, you know, talk about these conceptually. The single thing here is a bit different perhaps, is the lunar space elevator. It's kind of interesting, you know, that the terrestrial space elevator, in principle, you could build anywhere around the equator, but for the moon, the only stable ones are ones pointing directly towards the Earth and pointing directly away from the Earth. So there's just one possibility, and this would clearly be a highly international, multinational thing, and as I said, could be thought of as something like the Panama Canal of space, perhaps. And so can you think of a better reason to go to the moon? From my point of view, my PhD was on economic aspects of solar power satellites, and this is 40 years ago now. But for me, the key thing here is to tap into the electricity industry. If the space industry, and particularly lunar, people who are interested in lunar development, if we can seriously sell into the terrestrial electricity industry, well, that's brilliant. I mean, that's just a fantastic source of at least billions per year of revenues. And so the work that is going on the moon now with Artemis and so on and others, I would really encourage to think about moving towards making SPS components as an early step, perhaps, because I think it's potentially promising. Having said that, it depends on people developing SPS, and so that's a sort of separate thing from the lunar aspects. But if they do develop SPS, then I think we have a very good chance to ride on that business growth. So thanks very much.
Very good, very interesting talk. A lot of aspects covered. If there's any questions from the audience, maybe we have time for one question. Go ahead, John.
So Patrick, in the study, were any other alternatives looked at to the lunar elevator as the transportation means of choice for SPS components from the lunar surface?
Not in any detail, but of course we looked at the mass driver, which is the traditional one, and also just rockets. You know, that would require developing lunar propellants to a high level, which is going to happen anyway. But
okay, very good. Quick question from my side with respect to the solar cell technology. Where are we on that with respect to the scale up, and what is the percentage of the efficiency of the cells?
the efficiency at the moment of these MGL cells is very low. It's about 4 or 5%, I think. Okay. So that's why I said it's amorphous. But physical estimates suggest it should be possible to get it to at least 20% or so.
And how far away is that off?
Depends on funding, doesn't it?
Okay. Okay, so very good. Thank you very much for your talk. So the next talk is on lunar islands, modeling and testing of plume regolith interactions on the lunar landing pads and the beams from the Braunschweig Institute.
Maybe here. Okay, okay. Maybe, I'm not sure. It's old, okay. But not too old. Okay. Oh my God, it's working. That's nice. Okay. This works, nice. Do we also have a laser pointer? Do we have a laser pointer?
Haven't seen one yet.
Haven't seen one. Oh yeah. Why not, huh? It's easier.
You will need to use this, and then it should work.
Okay, let's try. Do we see? Do we need to? This works, yes. Yeah, and there it is. It's small, but it's fine. Yeah. Hello, my name is Lisa. I have the honor of being here today and representing our whole project consortium, which is pretty big, how you can see, and talk about our project Lunar Islands. So normally I'm talking in front of particle technologists, and then I start by explaining why it is important what we do and how particle technology is important for space travel, what were the problems in the past, and yada yada. But you know all of that, so let's start here. The vision of a moon village. Yeah. But in order to be there and do stuff, we need to go there, and that's normally by lander or rocket, and that's the topic for today. That's what we'll be talking about. So, further. So this is Perseverance landing on the surface of Mars. As you can see, we have a lot of dust turbulences throughout the whole landing process. The same thing you can see here. This is a sequence of video images from out of the window of the Eagle landing on the lunar surface in '69. You see the same effect here. The closer we get to the surface, the more particle disturbance we have. But why do we need to discuss particle turbulences during landing, especially on celestial bodies without an atmosphere? As you all know, lunar dust adheres to everything and anything. It doesn't matter if it's mechanical parts, solar cells, sensor systems. It just sticks to any surface, and it's really, really nasty, eventually damaging equipment and in worst case even destroying it. So, but let's talk about the moon village again. Now, the major space agencies are talking about landing on the South Pole. These are some candidate regions for Artemis 3. Every region, like every blue spot here, is around 15 times 15 kilometers big, and they are pretty close together. However, our particles can travel 100 kilometers. So if I have my little house in the moon village here and I come home, I want to land at the doorstep, of course. But since my particles can travel so far, I will cover my near neighbors and also my distant neighbors completely in dust. And I don't want to come home 200 kilometers away from the moon village and take the train to come to my house. That's just not convenient. And without an atmosphere, as I was talking about the particles, I forgot about that. Our particles can travel much, much further, and also the particle shape is less rounded and more elongated, meaning the particles are even more nasty and can damage equipment even faster. So The particle turbulences and the swirls that happen, they are not randomly. We know the underlying effects, and we know the theoretical things behind, so I don't want to spend too much time on this slide because the conclusion is fairly simple. We can't eradicate the effect of dust and dust turbulences, so we have to learn to deal with that. So, and another thing is the lunar surface is not covered in one layer of homogeneous regolith material. It is of tremendous interest to consider, for example, if I have a specific landing site here somewhere, to consider the exact composition at this point. So, and this is the point where I want to show you the lunar regolith simulants we developed in the last years. So we have two rock materials that are mineralogically and chemically pretty similar to real lunar regolith. We take our rock material, then we dry it, grind it, separate it, and mix it together again. So we have basalt, TUBS-T to simulate the lunar mare regions, and we have anodite TUBS-T to simulate the highlands. Because they rarely occur in their pure form on the surface, we also have TUBS-T where we mix them 50-50 together, and E just stands for intermediate. So basalt and anodite are the fundament for our so-called base simulants. However, there are also other minerals on the moon, of course. So in a second step, we can add them and refine the simulant. Olivine and ilmenite are just two well-known members of the pack. Now we get chemically adapted simulants. If we want to come even closer to the real composition of actual lunar regolith, we take the chemically adapted simulants and sinter or melt them, so we get agglutinate and glass particles. We then take these bricks, reprocess them according to our process chain, mix them together again, and get physically adapted simulants. Now, these three systems are suitable for different applications. However, the whole modular system gives us a huge flexibility and allows us to simulate nearly any imaginable composition on the lunar surface. So now we have the material, but now we need to talk about how we build things with it, structure, infrastructure, and whatever. So in the project, we had a look at a lot of different additive manufacturing techniques. And we needed to decide which is the most suitable for us. So the most important factors are, of course, a low energy consumption and low material consumption. Especially, we wanted to avoid additive materials, which we need to bring from Earth, because we need to minimize payload capacity, of course, and we can't send a new rocket to the moon each time we need material. It just doesn't make sense. So we broke it down to solar sintering and heat resistor regolith sintering. Our samples for the heat resistor sintering look like this. It's basically bricks in different sizes and shapes. And we recently started with solar sintering with like a really big laser. And with big, I mean a few thousand watts of capacity. It's like really huge. And these were just our first impressions we had. We do a lot of things in the project, but architecture is not our strong suit. So I want to show you a few things from Melody Yashar and the project Olympus. She did a lot of things about infrastructure, also for lunar landing pads. She focused on how to build up landing pads, how they could look like, with a focus on the construction sequence, for example, and she also had a look at these dust protection berms. So I highly recommend that you have a look at her work. It's really, really, really interesting. And she was also talking a lot about how the phases are from planning to the actual lunar village at the end. And if you have a look at this whole scheme, right there in the corner, phase 1, this is exactly what we are talking about today. This is exactly our project. And we all know from project management, the earlier a mistake happens, the more severe its consequences. So we need to do everything right, and what we do and plan now is super important, not only for time, for money, it's for everything. So we need to do that really good. But let's talk about us and what our parts in the project are. So ESA is funding us, Dresden is the project lead and is doing the near-field simulations, Berlin is providing the simulant and manufacturing the samples. Braunschweig is characterizing the test specimens and doing or developing the DEM environment. Glasgow is doing the low gas velocity simulations and looking at surface particle interaction. And Onera is testing the application with hot gas experiments. So now we know everything we need on the moon must be tested and developed here on Earth. So you know we have experiments, but also simulations. And we're also doing a lot of simulations. So stick with me. This is a picture of a schematic scheme of our fundamental design of the plume surface interaction in our simulation environment. So we basically have two scales we are looking at. So we have our rocket here, and this is the particle bed, so the lunar surface, and it's landing or launching whatever you want, what it's doing. So we have a macro scale here. In blue, that's the job of Dresden and Glasgow. And we have a mesoscale here, that's the job of Braunschweig. We are both using open foam and lights. So, we need two scales in order to minimize the simulation effort a bit. So in the macro scale for the rocket and the velocities here, the resolution of the simulation is pretty high, so in top and down direction. But our landing pad, which is around here, is axially symmetrical. So here we have a mesoscale simulation because we assume at different spots the behavior is the same. So we can save a lot of time, especially for the DEM simulation. So we couple both of these things. The velocities here, or the plume surface interaction, for that, we think about the air as air particles, so to say. And because we don't have an atmosphere, we don't have a lot of air particles. That's why we need to talk about statistics and Monte Carlo simulations and stuff. And we also consider the particle surface interaction and how the landing platform erodes and what's happening with the particles that get smashed out of the landing pad during landing and launching. So the simulation methods work together like this. We have the direct simulation Monte Carlo, our statistics. We couple that with CFD, not directly, but in a subsequent information exchange. On the other hand, we have DEM simulation. And we couple that with CFD, really directly in time in the simulation itself. So that's a lot of knowledge, that's a lot of competence, and a lot of smart heads that are working on that. So I want to show you one cell. What this is, one of these red corners here, the DEM simulation. So we have here the temperature of the gas, so from the plume, the temperature, and we have the temperature of the lunar landing pad itself, and this is a part of the lunar landing pad. So when I start the little video, just have a look here. The gas goes through the particle bed, changes its direction and boils it up from a little bit down under. And you can really see it, you can see it very clearly here. So another example, this is also a DEM simulation, the same as you saw before. You can see the bonds between the particles here, and this is an example for when a particle crashes on the lunar surface, how the bonds are changing, how the material gets sintered, and also when the plume hits the surface. And what I didn't mention before, all our assumptions are that we use the EL3 lander. And on the right side, you can see a hybrid CFD DSMC, so the Monte Carlo simulation, one of our newest results, how the plume hits the surface here. It's with a standoff height of 2 meters and an ambient pressure of 300 Pascal, if I remember totally correctly. So, and for the end, I want to show you the test set up for our hot gas experiments. We don't have results for that yet, but this is how it will look like, and we are very curious what will come out there. It's a lot of power and a lot of heat there. So I will come to an end now. You can add me on LinkedIn if you want to chat about the whole things, if I can help you with any contacts, and if you're interested in the whole topic, I would be happy. I also brought some Lunar Regolith with me from Germany, so if you want to have a look at our systems, feel free to come and talk to me. And yeah, thank you for your attention.
Very interesting talk. Thank you very much, Lisa. So if there's any questions from the audience, we'd have time maybe for one question. No? Okay. With respect to your sintering and your processing, how much of a scale-up can you do on that, or what size can you develop with respect to understanding better the composition of the regolith?
So how big our samples could be?
Mm-hmm.
So for the furnace sintering, we have a diameter of 10 centimeter at the moment. This is the best we can do because the oven is just not big enough. But the solar sintering, yeah, we just recently got a cooperation with an institute in Clausthal, and they have a laser with a diameter of up to 10 centimeters, so we can do bigger samples with that.
And what characterizations are you doing then to ensure that you have a representation of a complete regolith representation?
Oh, we have a lot of characterization methods at the university, actually. We're doing a lot of surface characterization, so REM, or scanning electron microscopy, Raman spectroscopy, micro-CT, profilometry of the surface, yeah, stuff like that. We have so much.
Okay.
We are a big institute.
The whole plethora. Okay, thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so very good. We move to our final talk of the session. So it's from Takaru Yamagami, and he is from JAXA. He is part of the Safety and Product Mission Assurance, and he's going to give a talk of the overview from Gateways. So I give you the floor, and 15 minutes or a little bit below it if we can.
Hello, everyone. My name is Takeru Yamagami. I'm a member of the JAXA S&MA office, belongs to that Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate in JAXA. So that today I will explain regarding the safety and mission assurance activity, which are essential for the manned spacecraft system to safely achieve their intended objectives. So I hope that this presentation will help you understand even a little bit about that S&MA activity for Gateway through the explanation of the following 3 items. One is the purpose of S&MA activity and overview of S&MA activity for Gateway, and the differences in the safety requirement applied to ISS and Gateway. So the first one is a purpose of the S&MA activities. The safety and mission assurance, we call that S&MA. Activities are carried out throughout all phases of the mission, which are the planning, development, and operation and utilization. To ensure that project can achieve its intended objectives safely. The ensuring the reliability and the maintainability of the system and equipment, and performing the appropriate quality control are prerequisites for ensuring the safety and the mission success. The S&M activities are about making the project team effort aim to at ensuring that the safety and the mission success visible, so that the third party can evaluate their validity. So this page shows that the role and responsibility of the project teams and the S&M office. For the first of all, is the project team, so that to ensure the safety of system equipment and achieve that the mission success, project team aim to realize that the following the S&M requirements and visualize their efforts. The system equipment can be operated safely during the mission period. That's a safety requirement. And must be able to perform their intended function without failures during the mission period. That's a reliability requirements. And functionalities must be maintained even if there is a failure or deterioration during the mission period, maintainability requirements, and ensuring that the quality of the system equipment so that no defects occur during the mission period. That's a quality assurance requirement. So on the other hand, the role and responsibility for the S&M office, from the standpoint that independent from the project, S&M office evaluates whether the project team is implementing its activity based on the S&M requirements. And S&M office supports S&M activity carried out by the project team to ensure the safety and the mission success. The next is I introduced the overview of the S&M activity for Gateway. There is a 7 field of the S&M, the activity, summary of the activity in each 7 field of the S&M on using this page and another page, 2 pages. The first one is the safety. The system safety, conducting the safety analysis, implementing and verifying the safety design, undergoing the safety review. That's create a hazard report, examine and approve the validity of the hazard causes and its control verification results. And otherwise, the launch site and launch safety and industrial safety, orbital debris generation prevention and control, and the planetary protection, etc. The second one is the reliability and the maintainability. We call that the R&M. The reliability assurance refers to clarifying the functions to be achieved based on the environmental conditions to which the product will be exposed during the mission, and systematically carrying out design, verification, and evaluation to realize these functions. And maintainability guarantees means ensuring that product can function under the environmental conditions to which it will be exposed during the mission. The third one is material and processes. We call that M&P. And select material that can be used for that specified period of the time in the operating the environment, and that do not generate toxic gas or be flammable, even in a human habitation environment. And also the appropriate manufacturing processes. The next number 4, the triple E parts. And based on the reliability requirements set for the equipment or the result of the FMEA, select triple E parts that do not have a significant impact on the system functionality. The 5 is quality assurance, carrying out the design and the development control, traceability controls and configuration controls, and procurement controls, fabrication controls, and inspection and test, and non-conformance control, and the methodology controls. The number 6 is software product assurance. Perform the software configuration management, sustaination for the non-developmental software, software verification plan, source code evaluation, software test evaluation, program and incident reporting and traceability analysis, and IV&V, independent verification and validation, etc. The last one is probabilistic risk assessment, PRA. That's in the ISS, there is no this requirement. From the gateway, this is a requirement. On the PRA is used to verify the requirements for the probability of LOC, loss of crew, and the probability of the LOM, loss of mission. And NASA is responsible for implementing that gateway PRA. And each international partner will provide supporting data for its evaluation. So the next page. So that next page is I want to explain that regarding the safety assessment related with the other S&MA fields. The gateway is located in the lunar orbit and what to say? 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Has limited human and material resources, and its closed space. So thorough the safety controls has been carried out from its dependent phases, development phases. To ensure the safety, its safety, it is important to ensure that the reliability and maintainability of the system equipment, and to perform the appropriate quality controls. So the effort of system safety can be achieved to ensure that its safety by linking with efforts in other S&MA fields. So that for the safety assessment, there needs to that other field activity of the other field of the S&MA. Or that's an example. These are 5 examples. Safety assessment related to the R&M. Check whether there is any discrepancy between the reliability and the maintainability analysis result and the hazard report evaluation result. The next one is the safety assessment related with the M&P. Confirm that material and processes evaluation results are consistent with the related hazard control and verification measures. The third one is a safety assessment with triple parts. Verify that triple parts evaluation results are consistent with the associated hazard control verification measures. The next one is a safety assessment related with quality assurance. Confirm whether countermeasure of the failure occurred in the inspection or testing are feedback into the design, and whether the product is properly manufactured and verified. The last is a safety assessment related to the software. If software used for the hazard control, check whether it complies with the CBCS requirement. CBCS means that a computer-based control system. So that is an overview of the S&MA activity for gateway. So next one is okay, I'm sorry. The last one is the differences in the safety requirement applied to the ISS and the gateway. The system safety requirement for the ISS, it's a compliance safety process that emphasize the compliance with the safety requirements. failure tolerance requirement is a catastrophic hazard 2FT, critical hazard 1FT. But for the gateway, that it is a risk-informed process that requires the compliance with the appropriate safety requirement based on the reliability analysis and the risk assessment. The failure tolerant requirement catastrophic hazard is at least 1FT. Critical hazard is 0FT, no required. For exploration missions, where the resources such as the launch mass are more limited than that for the LEO missions, the failure tolerance requirement is a minimum of the 1FT, and the overall data evaluation, including the reliability analysis and the risk assessment, are required in addition to the number of the failure tolerance. It was decided that it would be done. So that from the ISS is mainly failure tolerance requirement. The shift to the gateway is the failure tolerance requirement and crew survival analysis and PRA. So that the differences. So that last page. So the very quick presentation for my presentation is I introduced the overview of the S&M activity for the gateway. The main challenge in the future S&M activity for gateway include the following initiatives that have a different requirement from ISS. One is that a new approach to ensuring the safety based on the risk-informed process. Next one is the selection and evaluation of the trivial parts that require the strict radiation hardness on the lunar orbit. So that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Very good. Thank you very much, Takori. Very interesting talk, and I think it shows the importance of the SNMA and how it is required for the project. Very quick question from my side, the nasty question. With respect to what you have on the JAXA side, you have sometimes COTS, commercial off-the-shelf items. How do you deal with the quality and the efficiency of that with respect to the lock and LOM, and how do you ensure you have good quality product?
Good question. So there's a time, no? That's a very good question and difficult for me to answer. So there is something that challenges for that commercial COTS item using. So for that material and triple E parts and so on. So now that I have no answer to that clear resolve that challenges, but just I understand we try to
assure the quality.
Yes.
With the representative analysis, I presume, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. So that's it. That concludes the session for this part, and I bring the floor then to John for the next part, which is the lunar infrastructure. So thank you very much.
Hello again. So for this last breakout session of today, the subject is lunar infrastructure. We're going to change the order just a little bit and ask Ishikawa-san, please, to take the floor from the Obayashi Corporation, who will be talking about the construction, structure, material, energy, and agriculture for the moon. But please, not more than 15 minutes maximum total, including IT. So please set up your technology very quickly. And the reason we are trying so hard to finish on time is that the banquet is coming, and there's the museum tour, and the banquet is going to be outside, so people have to maybe go back to their hotels and get their coats or their gloves or something. Anyway, so it's very critical that we finish on time. Excellent. That was very fast. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, John. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to talk about Obayashi Corporation's moon-related activities. My talk covers 4 topics. First, let me share with you what the Obayashi Corporation is about. Obayashi is one of the largest construction companies in Japan. It was established in 1892, which means the company is almost a little more than 130 years old. Obayashi built and constructed many epoch-making structures. For example, the Tokyo Skytree, which is the world's tallest self-standing tower, and so on. Overseas, for example, the Olympic Stadium in Sydney, Australia, and so on. Okay, now let's move on to the space-related activities. Okay, almost more than 30 years ago, we had a space project office. Unfortunately, that was abolished 9 years later. But 4 years ago, we had a new office founded, Obayashi Future Lab. The space is one of the subjects of this office. I am one of the members. And we are determined to pursue long-term future businesses based on the open innovation, which means we look for collaboration with many private sectors, universities and research institutions. We have published 5 space-related concepts, which includes human bases on the moon and the Mars, space station, space elevator, and space elevator. This is a lunar city we envisioned more than 30 years ago, where the 10,000 people live and 2,000 people visit. This is a new lunar city we recently established, which is characterized by being built in one of the lava tubes. This is the habitat on the Martian surface, where 200 people live. On Mars, you have to live on self-sufficiency, so you might have this kind of pressurized greenhouses to make your own food. Oops. And eventually, you may have this kind of large-scale inflatable structure where you can raise a small livestock and fish, and also you can relax and exercise. This is a space station to be built in L1, one of the Lagrange points between the Earth and the Moon. And here's the space elevator. This is the configuration. If you make it, this might be the tallest structure ever made. We have 3 main themes. Go to space, live in space, use the space. Go to space includes the space elevator, as well as airborne and sea launch, for which we are collaborating with the startup companies. For the space elevator, we are conducting the space exposure test of the material and also developing the vehicles called Climber. Also, we are examining the effect of lightning on the space elevator. For the space experiment, we expose a carbon nanotube to the space environments. Okay, we are developing a small-scale climber model, and we participate in the space elevator climbing contest in Japan every year. And understanding the movement of the cable is important for safe operation of the space elevator. So we formulated the motion equation of the motion, and we numerically calculated it. Since the space elevator is such a long structure, so we are investigating the interference with the magnetosphere and the solar wind. live in space is most related to today's topic. Agriculture and robotic construction play an important role for living on the moon and Mars. Also, we are working on the material and the structure. Using simulants, we are developing how to manufacture construction material from local regoliths. Also, we are working on inflatable and unfolding origami structures. The third theme, use the space, means how we can apply the artificial satellite data to the actual construction process on the ground. Let's proceed to R&D for the Moon and Mars. This is a list of our R&D subjects for the Moon. They are concept, structure, construction material, method, resource circulation, resource utilization, food processing, simulated facility. This is a list for Mars. One of the structures for the Moon we are interested in is the lunar shelter, which is an expandable structure, and also the origami structure. This could be utilized as a garage for a rover, and also this might be a multi-purpose device for heat control and protection from the severe environment. Another structure we focus on is inflatable structure, which is also expandable. The future to be considered is protection of the structure from micrometeorite and radiation. Usually, we cover the structure with regolith. We conducted mini-scale inflation experiment with the regolith cover using the different shapes of the inflatable structure. Then we concluded, as a result, multi-torus shape, as shown here, is most stable during inflation. For the construction material, we applied the microwave to the lunar simulants. We got the sintered products around 1100 Celsius, and the fused product around 1200 degrees. For the construction for the Moon, the robotic construction technology is very important, and we are urgently developing right now for the ground application. And so this can be utilized on the Moon. So the key was the robotic, automatic, remote control, and autonomous. Okay? This shows our 3D printed structure, which we made in our research institute. And the use of cement is limited on the Moon, but the similar 3D device will be exported to the Moon. This is another example of the ground application of the robotic construction. This is the AI-aided autonomous construction system. This is a remote-controlled construction machines using the 5G transmission system. This is the haptic technology applied to the manipulate construction machines. All of these robotic construction technology will be used on the Moon. Also, we are involved in the research on agriculture. We made a porous material from using lunar simulants, and this is mixed with the microorganisms to make the soil suitable for cultivation. We successfully demonstrated healthy plant growth. We have proposed simulated facility for the Moon, which is called the Moon Park concept. This is for research, training, and education, and this is a joint proposal with Professor Kuriki of ISAS. The destination of our research is not only limited to the Moon. Mars is another target. The Martian simulant was pressed with a higher pressure to make a lovely block like this. without heating process. Also, we studied how to construct the initial Mars base. The research focused on the excavation, leveling, and the pipe laying. This was a joint work with the NASA and the Stanford University researchers. Now, finally, I'd like to share with you one of the current topics. In Japan, in 2021, a new government research fund program for lunar development started, which is called the Stardust Program. Obayashi Corporation received a research fund in 3 areas: construction, energy, and agriculture. It covers the subject at the bottom. Now let me show you some of the results. For the construction materials, we focus on the microwave and the laser heating regolith. The advantage of these methods is that we don't need any material to be imported from the Earth, so we can reduce the transportation cost. The product could be applied as pavement materials and protection material. As for the microwave heating, sintering was successfully done in air and vacuum environment, and the strength was strong enough for the applications. Regarding laser heating, direct energy deposition method is applied using a 3D printer and the robot arm. Again, the strength was strong enough. For the energy part, we focus on the solar power generation in the polar regions. Our study recommended that number 1 tower type solar power generator and the single axis polyhedral shape sun tracking system. Also, we should limit the operation activities only to the sunshine period to reduce the total mass of the system. So we further proceeded to the lunar expander tower research. So this suggested we need a tower of more than 10 meters, and expandable structure is preferred. On average, 80% of the time, solar energy can be acquired. So, finally, we made a 1/6 size breadboard model of the expandable lunar tower, which is composed of the CFRP, bistable boom, and solar cells, and so on. The movie can be seen in the exhibition hall too. Okay. My talk is based on the many sets of the joint research with the private companies and universities and research institutions, and also some work was covered under government fund. So I take this opportunity to express my sincerest gratitude. This concludes my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? So not at the moment, but maybe during the banquet. Thank you so much. So our next talk will be on materials design aspects for lunar habitation from Munisan Katal from ESTEC.
Okay, yeah, I think we're good. So good afternoon, everybody. Cathal Mooney is my name. I want to give a brief overview of the materials design aspects for a lunar habitation. So this is work that was done some years ago with respect to a CDF study that we did in ESA. It was with SOM, the architectural group, and also with MIT. So it's focusing on all of the various aspects. What I'm just presenting here today is just on the materials aspects and the habitable structures. What was designed and what was done for the study was a concept design with respect to a 3 or 4 crew habitat for a period of about 500 days. That was actually reduced to less than 300 due to the radiation aspects of it. So what I wanted to talk about here today is just what are some of the aspects with respect to what we need for materials. So we need to look at the issues of the environment, the materials, and indeed the safety for the challenges of the lunar habitat. So when we're talking about materials, of course, the obvious ones we have to take into account are the vacuum and the outgassing and also the temperature changes that you have with respect to the materials. Of course, you have temperature ranges from about -200 to about 90 or 125, depending on where you are and what you're dealing with. You also have things like the radiation, cosmic rays. You also have the habitat with respect to the erosion and the moon interactions and micrometeorites. On the material side, then, we have issues, for instance, the design loads, the radiation, also things like the structural requirements for the materials, and then dealing with issues of fatigue and creep and degradation. So they're all aspects that need to be factored in when you're talking about the materials for a lunar habitat. What we're dealing with and what I'm focusing on here just this afternoon is the inflatable part of it. It's not the main structure. It's not the aluminium structures or the titaniums or the top interfaces, which are usually composite CFRPs. So this is just a generic structure. I think it was 20, 30 meters high for the south lunar pole. So we were dealing with the radiation and the aspects of that environment. With respect then to the safety elements, then of course you have the nominal ones like the flammability, the off-gassing, the toxicity, and those factors have to be taken into account. Just looking very quickly, of course, the radiation aspects have to be taken into account. When we talk about the moon, we're talking about the solar energetic particle issues and also issues of the galactic cosmic radiation. So they have to be factored in when taking the materials aspect into account and the interactions of the materials that you choose, not only with the humans, but also of the materials themselves. This is an overview here of just looking at a chart. This is showing the TID for some of the materials and some of the aspects with respect to the upper limits for a period of what is shown here for 20 years, 10 years, and 1 year. So what we're talking here with respect to a higher radiation level is about 10 megarads. So when you're looking at the materials interaction and the radiation, you have to be taking those into account. Now, usually what we do is we design so that the materials are not the limiting factor with respect to the design. So we would have to over-design with respect to those limits in mind. This is just showing an overview here of some of the materials, and you have the polyamides up at the top, which are actually good resistant materials. At the bottom, you have PTFE, and then on the far side, then you have the various fabric materials, and you can see the resistance with respect to the radiation. The chart here in the middle was part of a concept due to the radiation and the materials, where they actually considered reducing or putting the habitat down deep into the surface due to radiation protection. And then the lower regions here would be where the crew would actually stay due to the protection and the reduction of the radiation. When we talk about materials and what we have, of course, you have to consider then the temperature regimes and the temperature limits. Most of the time, they're not a major concern for the materials themselves. They can withstand that. But then issues like with over time, you have issues then where you have a pressurized habitable structure. Of course, then you're going to have things like strength reductions due to creep or due to a constant load. You have the ultimate tensile strengths, which sometimes can reduce by about 50% over that time period. And then you have issues then with thermal cycling, debonding, and the lower temperatures where you can have loss of conductivity, debonding, and CTE mismatches. So they are all issues that have to be taken into account with respect to the temperature. This is just an overview here of some of the thermo-optical aspects. You're all familiar with that with respect to the absorptance and the emittance, and what's the play-off between those with respect to thermal control. And then this is just an overview showing some of the examples of some of the materials that are used. On the top left, you have the black Kapton, and then you can incorporate that, say, with a Stamet material, which is RF transmittant, and then it's also good then for equipment control as well. With respect to the ConOps and the concept of operations, of course, we have many issues trying to get to the moon and try to build a lunar habitat. And from the materials point of view, of course, you have to take into account things like the toxicity, the off-gassing, the challenges with respect to the habitable, flexible structures. Here, of course, the main issues are, say, the fabrics and the nuts and the technology for a homogeneous material. And then during the launch, of course, you're going to have it under vacuum, and then you will also have a temperature range. So that is something that also needs to be taken into account, that you don't have something that balloons up, for instance, a bladder material, or that you don't have anything that puts strain on the rest of the structure. Going on from that, when we actually get there, of course, the inflation and inflating this structure is actually a big issue. That was shown in some of the beam and the Bigelow exercises on the ISS, and I'll talk about that in a few seconds. But issues with respect to the foldability, the flexibility, the temperature, and the interfaces when you're actually deploying these things is a major issue. And then the unoccupied phase as well, where we have issues of flammability when it's not being manned, and then issues then of the pressure, again, with the structures is something that needs to be taken into account. This is just showing an overview here of some of the studies that we did and some of the calculations, and this is on the report that's written called the Moon Village Report. It's in the public domain, so if anybody's interested, please come to me and I give you the details. This is showing about 70 tons out of that. Of course, you have 50, which is the dry mass, and then from that, then you have about 30 tons for the structure. From that, we have about 7 tons, which is really for the materials, the inflatable materials. And that's based then on the areal density and what we chose for the materials on that. Of interest in this is the areal density. It's 1.7. So that's important because it's actually a factor of 4 less than what the requirement was. The requirement was about 9 grams per centimeter squared, and that's for the radiation protection. So we actually, from the materials that we chose, we're not within the limits of the radiation protection on that, and that's where the issues of putting an increased regolith or having an increased water layer on the inside to actually counteract those effects. This is just an overview here of what is currently available and what some of the technologies were with respect to the inflatables, and this is the Bigelow showing on the outside of the ISS, and that was installed in 2016, and it's been increased then to 2028 with respect to the use. This is just some of the examples of the European examples, and this is from a colleague in TASI, Marco Nebolio, and this is showing some of the structures that were developed in TASI with respect to inflatable structures and what was done. So we have the bladder, the structural material, and the MMOD, and then they designed the concept around that. So it's just showing what was currently developed with respect to technology development and some of the concepts in Europe. Going on from that, this is just an overview here with respect to the external and then the internal. So we have the external with respect to the environment, what are the issues on that, and then the internal. This is the external. So you have things like you need to have dust repellent resistant materials, for instance, like a Nextel. So that's similar to what they use, for instance, on the Bigelow. Then going in from that, you have various MLI material. MMOD material and then the MMOD foam. So there we would use, say, a polyurethane foam. And in this case, we took for the study about a 10% coverage of that. Going in further onto the inner layer of the outer materials, we have a restraint layer to keep the habitable and the inflatable material together, and that would be something like a Kevlar or a Nomex material as well, which is used. This is just an example of some of the materials, again, and the various properties with respect to Kevlar and Xylon and what's used for, say, a structure or a shell material. This is, again, an overview from Kevlar. We know it's a good material. It's an aramid polymer. It has good creep resistance, and it also has good stability and good strength. And this is Vectran, which is also used. It's just giving an overview of the shell and what's been used with respect to the materials. And we know it's a good high-strength material, a well-rounded material. And this is Nextel. Of course, you know Nextel. It's well known for use on the ISS. And it was also used, say, for the shuttle locations and the engine locations for thermal control. This is the inside material. So this is actually where the crew are inside. So you have the various layers and what we chose for that, for the habitable structure. We chose a material which is SEPAC, which is a new material, relatively new. That's used for the Bigelow. There's also other materials, for instance, the combi term can be used, and that's for, say, the factors would be, say, oxygen, moisture retention, things like that. So then you also have the bladder separation layer, and then you have the bladder material as well. So you can see the various properties and the requirements that are needed for that. Going on from that, this is just an overview of the inflatable materials and what are some of the requirements that are needed. Of course, you have water, moisture resistant, oxygen permeability, low moisture permeability, and then you have issues with flexibility, foldability, flammability, all of those concepts where you're dealing with the crew. This is just some of the calculations showing how we got to the 7 tons, and that's based on the areal density and an area then of about 420 meters squared. So, okay, those figures are in the report for anybody that's interested in looking at it. With respect to the technology changes and the challenges that were there, of course, the external one is the dust and what are the interfaces and the interactions of the material with the dust. And of course, there you have the major issues of the conductivity and the dust accumulation. For the restraint material, one of the major issues would be, say, how you manufacture it, how you guarantee that the homogeneity of the weave is good, and also with respect to the inflatable material with the rigid material and those interfaces that are there. How do you guarantee when you're doing a quality check or an assessment for that interface that you know that you don't have any leaks, that you have a good homogeneous interface between the two? So that's something where the technology still needs to be advanced. For the bladder material, of course, the issues are, say, things like oxygen permeability, the water, the fungus, and puncture resistance. So you have to have all of those factors taken into account with respect to the bladder material and what you choose. And then issues then of puncture resistance and flammability at a higher oxygen contents. For the gateway, of course, that's 30%. On a habitable structure for the moon, it would be something quite similar. So you have to choose materials which would be resistant up to 30% oxygen. This is just an overview here of some of the glasses and what's used. We all know the heritage of that. So it's the ISS with the cupola and the various materials that are used between the fused silica and the acrylics. Technical challenge number 5. This is an interesting one because it gives an overview here of some of the important issues with respect to repair, localization, and replacement. So what happens when you have an impact? What happens if you have damage? How do you repair it and how do you get to it? Recycling and reuse was also mentioned earlier on in the day, and that's all part of that. How do we choose materials that comply to those, and how do we ensure that we can maintain and keep the structure safe? This is just an overview here of some of the examples of materials hazards, and these are common, these are known to everybody with respect to touch temperature, the dust, the fire, and then things like toxicity. So that's the standard overview. This is an example here of some of the hazardous materials and materials which should not be chosen during design. So of course, you have things like zinc and PVC, which shouldn't be used. And then you have elements like methanol, ethanol, etc., which are the VOCs, which impact the ETLIS system. So that would be more a system issue more than a crew issue. With respect to the dust, of course, you have many issues with respect to the dust in the materials environment. There's a lot of development going on at the moment with respect to mitigating and reducing the dust interaction. Things like self-cleaning mechanisms, things like suits where you have you have conductive materials going through the suits to repel the dust. And then this is just an example here of one of the systems that we have in ESTEC, which is a dust adhesion facility. So that's a modular design with respect to the use and what can be done to understand the interaction of the dust with the materials and the adhesive forces on that. Finally, just to conclude, we see from what I've presented, there are many challenges, be it safety, be it materials, be it the environment. But we know from what we've shown here that there are options available, there are materials choices that can be used, and there are solutions to it. So on the European side, we're a little bit lagging behind with respect to the development of the inflatable materials. But I think with further development, I think we can get we can advance on that. And look forward to having new developments and techniques used to characterize and for the manufacturing of those materials. So we look forward to developments for this and for lunar habitats in the future. And I'd like to thank my colleagues who worked on this report many years ago, and also for the help on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Cathal. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I will ask, are there any questions from the audience? There's one there. Please, Richard.
What sort of targeted pressure are you looking for a lunar inflatable?
Certainly some of the normal habitable environments would be like similar to the ISS, where you have one bar and things like that. You also have to take depress into account. But with respect to testing and what is there, of course, you have to qualify for overpressures of that, and you have to maintain for several bars with a safety factor of that. But the actual amount that is used, I can get those figures there in the report. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next presentation is on the development of a small module for atomic element analysis on the lunar rover. And I confess I'm not 100% sure which of the many authors is going to be doing the presentation. Is it Watanabe-san? Who's giving the presentation? See.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. There are a great many co-authors on this particular paper. Just because you have many co-authors, you get the same time. No extra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving this nice opportunity to present our achievement. I'll give you the presentation about the development of the small module for the atomic element analysis for lunar rover. At first, I belong to the HORIBA, but HORIBA is very niche company. and you don't know. So first, I'll introduce briefly our Horiba. And Horiba is an analytical application solution and instrument manufacturing company. And we provide something, a measuring or analysis solution to these field. Especially for me, I'm belonging to the scientific instrument, and I am the R&D of the scientific product. And also, we have some very small relating with aerospace. This is an example of the aerospace, almost not correlated with aerospace, but you can see here, we have the technology of the grating manufacturing, and this grating is equipped to the Juno. And the other artificial satellite has sometimes applied our grating for the gas analysis or something. And also, this is a recent research result, and we measured the Ryugu sound by the XRF and Raman spectroscopy for the very early side material determination. These are our activity for the aerospace. Please remember the Horiba. And especially myself, I've been to the Antarctica in 2007 to the beginning of the 2009. So that I think my next step will be to go to the moon. So I did the joint research with JAXA using the JAXA Space Exploration Innovation Hub Center 7th RFP. And this title will be the development of the small module for atomic element analysis for the lunar rover. And in this RFP, we provide the prototyping for the very small XRF element analysis module and development of lunar rover which can climb up rigorous hill at the 30 degree. So this joint research member is Horiba and Doshi University and JAXA. And he will present after the 3 slides. And our job description is separated for our Horiba provide the analytical part, and the rover part is provided by the Doshi University. And purpose for the development of this rover is realization of the low-cost on-site analysis on celestial bodies. This importance is already told by Ishikawa-san or some other presenter. And this is a moon or space use. But in the RFP, they said, JAXA said, please think about the ground use. And we, Horiba, is very focused on the in-online analyzer in the industrial product production. And through this program, we can make the very small XRF units so that it can be used for the especially roll-to-roll coating film process to measure the coating thickness or coating amount. And it makes every product quality become good. And we also can equip the several units of the analyzer to the production line, and we also happy. This is an animation, the simulation of our rovers move and get something and measure by the XRF. As I said, development items are the below. The Horiba provide this size XRF unit. Normally, XRF is not very big, but almost this size. But in this case, we provide almost palm size XRF unit. To decrease the size, we adopt the X-ray source as a radioactive source. This makes power consumption lower. And also size will be decreased, and very high voltage can be avoided. And Dosha University make the lunar rover and freeland body design for climbing 30 degrees silica sand hill. This is a pseudo-Legoris. I think the XRF is general for us, but not general for you. So I'll brief introduction of this principle. When we irradiate the primary X-ray to the sample, sometimes some X-ray goes through the sample and becoming the transmitted X-ray. But the other phenomenon has happened. One of the important information is a fluorescence X-ray. This fluorescence X-ray energy is different for each element, so if we can get the energy information from the fluorescence X-ray, we can get this kind of the energy spectrum. This is an example of the K18 ring. We can distinguish each peaks of the element, and we can also do the quantitative analysis like that. This is a gold 75%. So this is a truly K18. And we can do this. We can do the quantitative analysis with no contactless. Is most benefitable feature of the XRF. And non-destructive analysis. And the structure of this module is very simple. We have the detector, and the high voltage for detector is the one of the set. And the radioactive source is for the excitation X-ray. And to make the beam shape, we put the collimator like that. And most important for this development is a pulse processing board. This is a pulse processing board design. Now we put in the left side normal board size, but we need to size down so that we use build up and the BI impact technology and become we achieved this size to put the very small XRF analyzer. And we can get the spectrum using this processor and the head. These are the mineral spectrum, except the copper plate. But this is very simple sample measurement, so that we should more complicated sample. And now, CPU power of this board is not so enough, so that we can get just sample spectrum information. But this should be sent to the Earth or to calculate in this CPU board, or matching some spectrum with the database of the minerals, and send it to the Earth will be the more faster exploration. And then finally, we achieved this size, and mass is 100 grams. But we can do the half more, because as you can see, the position of the PCB is not overlapped with optics. This is prevent the electrical noise from the high voltage affect to the pulse processor. So that if we do some countermeasure it, we can the size half.
Our university are mainly in charge of structural system of the rover and develop it. As a prototype, we designed 2 types four-wheeled rovers, such as an arm type and strider type rover. The rover weighs 2.5 kilograms and the size of A4 seat from when viewed from above, and X-ray analysis module attached to the tip of the arm or slider. The rover materials was PLA, and 3D printer was used for prototype. For the purpose of the study, the rovers can climb 30 degrees slope. Especially, we focus on the shape of wheel. For example, ellipse, triangular, square, and the other shape of wheel. After the rover was created, we conduct climbing tests in Dosha University. This table shows the result for the slope angle and driving time. According to these results, the wheel shown in the figure, called 3-blade wheel, has the highest driving performance. After that, we conducted the climbing test at the JAXA test field in Sagamihara. Some wheels successfully climbed the Sika Sound Mountain.
Okay, and robot system block diagram is this shape. And we use Spresence as our main CPU board, and our detector has have the processing unit and communicate with sorry, yeah, communicate with the SPI. And the Spresence controlling the motors for the wheel and the arms. Yeah, and we provide Android application for the controlling rover and spectrum. And this is conclusion. We did the feasibility study of the lunar rover through the 7th RFP of the Space Innovation Hub. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Do we have any questions at this time from the audience? So I will just, so thank you very much, and look forward to discussing it with you maybe at the banquet. So thank you. Our next presentation is Sato-san from the Takanaka Corporation on the Lunar Tower for the Quality of Life, the Lunar Mother Tree. So please, you have 15 minutes total. And if you could make it 14 minutes, that would be wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Sato from Takenaka Corporation. I'm an architect. The Takenaka Corporation is the Japanese construction company. Sorry, I forgot to label my company's name. Sorry, my colleague. Let's start presentation about the Lunar Tower as the first step to realize the quality of life for the long-term habitation on the moon. Its name is the Lunar Mother Tree. Next, please. This is a picture of a forest on the Earth. All trees that have survived for generations spread underground network to protect the young trees and forests. That is a mother tree. They send nutrients to their network offsprings, help the growth of young trees that cannot survive in the shade, and sometimes provide light them. A forest with many mother trees is not the collection of the tree, but a complex system with hubs and network. Next, please. Yes, this is a picture of the moon surface. On the moon, there are no water, no air, only the harsh nature. Next, please. In order for humans to live on the moon for a long period of time, it is essential to achieve a quality of life. For that reason, we need the lunar mother tree at first. Next, please. Yes, this is a 150 towers that rise from the bottom of the lunar pit, created by the combining rotor rings and disc-shaped mirror. It is a symbol of human lunar habitations and centerpiece of the complex of hubs and networks for the future lunar society. Ideal project. Yes, next, please. Yeah, lunar pit pictures. The first step is to cultivate the lunar pit and grow a lunar mother tree here. Here is shielded from the cosmic radiations and has a stable environment. Next, please. This is the functions. About functions, light and starry skies are the symbol of nature on the Mars. It's only. However, both of them cannot reach the underground spaces. The tower will reflect and supply the pleasant light to the pit with a habitable area and serve the good environment as a base for the future habitations. Yeah, next, please. This is a phenomenon. It will create a gathering place like a global tree on the on the Earth, and improve the quality of life of the lunar habitation areas. Next, please. And the payload. The tower consists of stacked, stable, regular triangular pyramid made of CFRP rings. All components can be stacked within the cylinder-shaped space, measuring 4 diameter and by 4 meter in height. It is based on the payload size of a current mainstream mid-size rocket. 450 rings of 10 different sizes and a lot of mirrors and rod, all is in here. Yes, next, please. The combination systems. 8 rings. 8 rings form a pyramid, paired pyramid shape. Next, please. Yes, construction. The rings are jointed at the 6th section of the ring frame and tightened together. The same size units are stacked and other different size joined vertically to form a 3 clamp towers. Hi, next, please. Yes, this is a drawing, plan and section elevation. This 150-meter tower can be constructed. The higher units are reduced according to the topography of the moon to keep the overall balance of the tower. Next, please. This is a structure design. This is an analysis of diagram. By adjusting the thickness of the CFRP for each floor, the diagram shows the vertical rigidity and horizontal rigidity. This is equalized, and weight is transmitted to the moon surface. Next, please. It's images. Next, please. Bottom and from the top. Yes, next, please. Yes, next, please. Next, please. The bottom. We can see the light from the bottom of the pit. Yes, please. And second, third, and future. Its conclusion. Next, please. Yes, lunar forest. Lunar mother tree from the lunar forest. This is the base of the expansion module for the subsequences. Temporary functions like spaceport will be added on the ground, and the residential function like hotel will be added underground, and the lunar cities will be developed discreetly. Yes, next please. The last slide. This is the lunarscape. The lunar forest forms a lunarscape. This is a mixture of geometric and irregular forms that reflect not only the light, but also the culture and the society of the human moon sceneries. Thank you very much for attention.
So thank you for sharing a really interesting architectural concept.
Thank you.
If I may, I will take the opportunity to ask a question, however. So during the course of the lunar day, so 28 days. 28 days.
Yeah.
Given the locations of the lava tube openings, the sun will pass overhead.
Yeah.
And so the aspect ratio that the tower presents to the sun will go from a maximum when the sun is on the horizon to almost zero when the sun is overhead, depending on the specific location of the pit. Have you done a modeling of the average energy that the tower will intercept during the 28 days?
We should study what you indicate. So we cannot study like that phase. So that's the only the ideal project.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's extremely beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
But I'm a little worried about the net
good aspect,
energy.
Yeah.
Because
we got energy from.
Because for 2 weeks out of the 28 days, it will be zero. Because the sun is on the other side.
Yeah.
And I think when the sun is near overhead, it will be zero, almost zero.
Almost zero.
Because the angle is so high. It's just, anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a topic for another study.
All right. I'll move the mirror.
It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
So, any other question from the audience? No? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your attention.
So our last presentation for the afternoon and for today is Oyama-san from the Shimizu Corporation, who will be presenting on Shimizu's R&D towards lunar construction and long-term habitation. It's wonderful to see your slides come up so quickly. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
How many?
15 minutes.
Oh, nice. Good evening, everybody. My name is Naohiro Oyama. I'm working for Shimizu Corporation. And Shimizu Corporation, I think some of you may know the name, but this is one of the leading companies in construction business in Japan. And it founded since 1804, so more than 200 years of history. Our number of employees are almost 20,000 employees, and a lot of PhDs and professionals. Our business is mainly on construction business, like architectural work, like a building construction, like civil engineering and overseas construction business, but not all. Of course, non-construction business. We are doing some non-construction businesses like investment and development business, engineering business, and LCV, life cycle valuation business. And I'm in emerging frontiers business division. And this includes space programs, not only space programs, but also some ocean programs and agriculture, etc. Okay, today I'm going to talk about space, of course. And I'll give you some introduction of Shimizu space programs, and then I'm going to talk about a little bit of lunar construction issues, and finally I will present some Shimizu's R&Ds. Okay, so Shimizu's space program started in 1987, when I was like 4 years old or something. I don't remember that. But, in this era, we started this kind of space projects by, defining the concept first. For example, in 1988, we proposed a concrete lunar base. And in 1987, we proposed a space hotel in orbit. And finally, in 2009, we proposed this huge clean energy solution called Lunar Ring. And this is a real, very, very huge solar power generation system, totally installed on the moon. And that Lunar Ring can, transmit electrical power to the Earth, and everybody on Earth. Everybody on the Earth can use that electrical energy directly or indirectly through hydrogen or something. And now our division called where was that? Emerging Frontiers Division. And now our focus is shifted from R&D to business. And there are three areas of interest. And one is short-term small satellite launch service through Space One, and through a startup called Space One. And the midterm one is a satellite data business. All the data coming from the space, and we can use that data to do business on the Earth. And the last one, long-term one, is lunar development, like lunar ring or lunar base. And of course, here, iSpace, today, everybody see the iSpace, and they are. I think they are one of our partners to transport, many materials to the moon in the future for lunar base or construction works. Okay. Let me give you some ideas of lunar base layout. Of course, it's not simple. If you're, if you want to live on the moon, then it's not easy way. Of course, there we need some habitat areas, but it's not the only one. But also we need to have some plants for oxygen or hydrogen. And of course, we need a lunar port or something, of course, to access to the access on the moon and going back to the Earth. And of course, we need to have some power generators, and and also we need to have some roads and pipes. It's very complicated layout we need to realize. And of course, construction, the water itself, construction, contains a lot of works, of course. Here's some of the lists of construction works, so like, transporting machines and materials, and loading and unloading machines and materials from the cargo or something. And of course, investigation of the ground, positioning, earthwork, etc. It's not just in the building blocks or something. We need to have a lot of works for lunar, not only for lunar construction, but also, what am I saying? These are common works on Earth, but we need to have this kind of work on the moon also. But there are so many issues to be resolved to realize lunar construction works. Some examples are, let's say, limited workers. Of course, only astronauts can go to the moon at this moment, so we don't, we can't, bring some professionals for ground workers or to the moon. And of course, in the high transportation costs, so we can't bring everything just from the Earth to the moon. We need to use some materials or some of the resources on the moon for lunar construction. And of course, the regolith does affect works and tools, especially for cameras or some kind of motors or something. Those kind of devices can be affected by regolith dust, and many other things, and more and more and more. We need to resolve many things for realizing the lunar construction. Okay. So we'll give you some our R&D results for lunar construction, and some kinds of in-situ manufacturing, site work, and inflatable modules. Okay, I think some of you may know this lunar soil simulant called FJS1. We developed this lunar soil simulant in 1995 or so. To know what the lunar environment looks like and what we need to, think about for realizing lunar construction. And one is one type is FJS1. I think many of you know, or maybe some of you already used this FJS1. But we have another type of simulant called FJS1G, and FJS1G is kind of improved version of FJS1. FJS1 contains less glass than Apollo sample, but FJS1 now has maybe half of Apollo sample's glasses. So it gets much closer to Apollo sample. So if you want to use this FJS1G, please contact me later. And this is one example of in-situ manufacturing from lunar regolith. This is a result of Cass basalt space. The solar concentrator sintering. And here, very huge solar concentrator, and then gathered all the solar rays to heat up the simulant at the center. And then we tested some, this right picture shows our uniaxial strength test of what we made by this solar concentrator. This is very strong enough, especially like it's almost the same as the conventional concrete, but it sometimes gets easily cracked because it gets like glass. It turned to glass. If you heat it up too high. And this is the latest work for 3D construction, 3D printing. For construction materials. This is one method that's called WARM, wire arc additive manufacturing. And this video shows how the shape is molded. This is we use aluminum as a feeder, and as you can see, we just add aluminum layers, from the bottom to the top. And one example of this work is a small, creating a small aluminum tank. And as you can see, on the left one is like the bottom, the lower part of the tank, and the right one is the upper part of the tank. And at the middle, it's just the elliptical parts. And it takes, it takes time. The middle one, I mean, the middle elliptical parts, it takes about 4.5 hours to make that shape. So we need to make it much more faster for for future production. And this is one example of inflatable structure for unmanned system. Lunar Day, the night lasts, for 14 days or so. So, we need to protect the machine, from freezing down. So, this is one concept of inflatable shelter, so that he cannot escape from the robot or around the robot. So we can use this inflatable structure, to carry those shelter one place to the other, and use it many times. And this is one example of inflatable structure for human living on the moon. I think some of you saw, this nice, white, big tent, like 4 years ago at Washington, D.C. And this is one concept of, inflatable structure, and we investigated how the module behaves during inflation, and what are the issues to be resolved for the use of future lunar habitation module. And now we are going to this Stardust program offered by Cabinet Office in the government of Japan. And now I'm taking this second one, on-ground testbed development of an inflatable lunar habitat module. And the right one, this picture shows our final concept of inflatable structure on the moon. And this is one example of a habitat module mock-up, experiment, and simulation. Now we are developing a complete set of inflatable structure, but this is still like in a BBM model or anything. And we are investigating this module through experimental and simulation. And left one shows our, this is actually a mock-up of a habitat module. If you insert gas, then it of course inflate, and we can show the same thing through simulation. And now we chose the restaurant layer material and bladders, etc. And now we are trying to integrate everything up. So I think you can see our habitat module maybe in the next 1 or 2 years. Okay. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, 15 minutes.
Approximately. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, there's one, please.
one? Maybe not. Yes. This? I know we use this. How can I say it in English? But there is one, a single line, and then turn the table. So we don't need to move this rubber arm. That's kind of efficient for creating this type of symmetrical product. Yeah. On the moon? Well, one way of thinking of this is maybe this can be used only inside of pressurized area or something. That's one solution, and of course maybe we can use this outside of the pressurized area, but there may be regolith at the bottom, or maybe regolith dust around this area. Maybe there are some regolith dust around this area, so maybe it's not a good place to place these
Not
things.
for the field.
Not maybe.
Maybe needs to be in a controlled environment.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your kind attention. This concludes our session on infrastructure. And I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow morning at the plenary session and this evening at the banquet. Good evening. Thank you.